The former president said tonight's announcement would, quote, be one of the most important days in the history of our country. He walked out to a ballroom of his supporters at his resort in Florida to make it official. He is running for president again.
But when you start seeing numbers, real numbers, like what's going on in Georgia, suddenly you feel like telling Democrats that are bitching and moaning about what the Harris campaign's doing, hey, calm down. You know what? Victory is in sight in less than 3 weeks. The opponent is imploding, and Harris is doing better than ever.
You've been out there campaigning with Kamala Harris. How's it looking? Is she going to win?
I think so, for sure. I mean, when you go to one of her campaigns, she is just a dynamic speaker. I mean, the crowd is engaged. The energy is off the charts. I mean, if that's any indication, she's going to win easily.
And I have not changed my prediction of a Kamala Harris win.
And it shows Vice President Harris with a 3-point lead over Donald Trump in that state.
But we have him on the run now.
I'm trying to decide if I want to go on record, and the answer is yes. I think that he loses because of this debate performance.
Wow. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. Or as a certain former president would say, yes, we can.
Donald Trump, we project, will win in Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, South Carolina, Alabama, Kansas, Nebraska with its 5 electoral votes, and Wyoming with North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana, Montana, Missouri, Ohio, Idaho, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Utah, Wisconsin, Arizona.
Trump is the winner in Alaska.
Donald Trump won the state of Nevada.
Michigan projected to go to Trump. Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
As I was saying,
good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I am your host, Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Lawgic. That was brought to you courtesy of individual on X, commonly referred to as Chief Trumpster, who put that together after his first election win in 2016. Beautiful to see. Same tune also, Hall the Mountain King, It Never Gets Stale. You might not know this. In fact, I'm almost positive you don't, because frankly, only a small handful of you who are watching right now go back with me like 20 years. No, like literally like 20 years. I used to be the host of a radio show. I was very, very small radio show. And I actually used that tune, Hall the Mountain King, for my opening theme, mixed together, overlaid with like different like movie clips from like people like, you know, from different like lawyer movies, like, you know, You Can't Handle the Truth. I ended up borrowing that for the montage I created for my opening that I used to use for this show a while back. But yes, I'm a huge fan of that song, huge fan of that clip. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, totally. 1 week anniversary. It's tonight. 1 week ago tonight is when we first were celebrating. Well, at this point, a week ago right now, we were still optimistic. Not sure whether they're going to try to steal it or not at that point. But yeah, it's been 1 week. And during that time, Donald Trump has made a series of announcements about appointments that he intends to make to various prestigious positions within his administration. And some of them, I would say most of them, have been hailed by his supporters. A couple of them, not so much. A couple of them have left people scratching their heads. A couple of the appointments that came out today. I definitely plan on going over those appointments with you, so that we can sort of get a take. And I'm probably going to end up opening the phone lines at a certain point tonight. probably going to open the phone line so that I can discuss with those of you who may be upset with some of his picks and get your feedback as to what you think about his appointments, because I'm just one guy with one set of opinions. But you know, you have your own opinions, and at this point, any of us are speculating as to how good or bad any of these folks will be. But I'd love to hear, especially, I'm going to be opening the phone lines, particularly for those of you who are upset. I want to hear from people who are upset with his pick here or there. We're going to go through his picks one by one so that we can get a better feel for who he announced. His announcements are coming through Truth Social, and we're going to go through some of his picks in short order soon. First, I want to handle the other element of tonight, which is I want to talk a little bit about the left and their complete lack of self-awareness. We're going to start the show off tonight by discussing the complete and utter lack of self-awareness that the left has. They are so terrible. Every one of them is continually just trying to figure out what went wrong. Why was his life so terrible? Why are things so bad? And we've heard Joy Reid talk about racism and misogyny. Sunny Hostin talk about racism and misogyny. We've heard them hail how her campaign is phenomenal, exceptional. Everything was just perfect campaign. And I'm thinking about putting together a video just documenting 5 amazingly huge mistakes this campaign managed to throw out there in 107 days. I did see James Carville. I don't have a clip of this, otherwise I would just share it with you. James Carville actually made an astute point. He's a guy who's pretty long in the tooth, and well, actually, long in the tooth is really not a kind way to phrase it, because it looks like he's lost all his teeth. maybe long missing his teeth. James Carville, who's a longtime lefty analyst, who basically said that she lost the race the moment she told Sunny Hostin that there's no difference between her and James Biden, that she would do exactly the same thing. He said that was the one question everyone wanted an answer to. And it's so ironic that of all people to undo Kamala Harris, that was her undoing right there. That right there was her undoing. When she said, I cannot distinguish from a president who's got a 30% approval rating, that right there, that's not good. That's not good. The public does not like Joe Biden right now, and you're saying, the only difference is your ovaries. That's not good. That's not good. That's not a good answer there. But that, to my mind, is one of several. That was a moment of honest self-reflection. But some of the takes that I've been seeing have been so ridiculous, with them trying to figure out what went wrong. Where did we go off? Why? What's wrong with America? Could any incumbent have won? And they're so bad. They're so bad. And there's one guy here, though, who I found. There's one guy I found who did probably the best assessment. The best assessment I've seen is from Fareed Zakaria. Fareed Zakaria, who's a opinion guy who makes appearances on CNN, he actually has the best assessment. And what was hilarious to me is he had 2 guests on at the end of this segment. And after he gives a really good analysis about 3 problems she had, really good analysis, the other 2 come in there and just spout more nonsense. I want to break that down for you in just a moment here. So let's get to the chats out of the way. Did Trump make them, or the media say those are his picks? Just sit back and wait and see. People, don't jump the gun and worry. He did announce it on Truth Social under his own account. So, and we've seen, if you watch any of the behind the scenes stuff, that he oversees what's happening there. So the one pick that he has not made, which there's been a ton of speculation about, was that Marco Rubio would be his Secretary of State, which has a lot of people freaked out. I don't want to spend too long tonight talking about that particular rumored appointment because it is simply a rumor. We're going to go through his appointments as announced on his True Social, and those are the ones that we can. I'm going to go through all of them. There was a whole bunch. He announced one or two early this morning, and then in the early evening, like every 15 minutes, he was announcing another one. He announced a whole bunch of folks, including everyone you see in my thumbnail. So we'll be going through those different picks, and obviously depending on the nature of the role, some are far more significant than others. But we're going to talk about one pick that has shocked the world that we're going to get to after I cover this Fareed Zakaria story. Perhaps Marco Rubio's trade for getting Trump's Senate majority leader. I don't think so. I don't think that's the way. I like the way. It's a creative approach, but no, because they would have to name a Senate majority leader. They need to confirm his picks, so he would be able to back out on them after the Senate majority leader gets appointed. I don't think he's that vested in getting Rick Scott. He should be, but I don't think he's that vested. Ed2276, my picks: number 1, Tulsi Secretary of State; 2, Bongino, Secret Service Director; 3, Ron Paul, Treasury Secretary. Okay. That's an interesting question. Most people don't want Secretary of State. Tulsi is an interesting question. I'm gonna have people call in. We're gonna talk about these appointments, because I think these appointments are important, and people are sufficiently interested in politics right now that it's important for us to start assessing who he's bringing in here and see. The one knock on Trump, his policies were great. His policies in his first administration were great. The biggest knock on him was his choice for who he brought around him. And one of the things that was heartening about this particular campaign run is the crowd that he brought around him was very talented and seemed pretty based. So that's why people were like, hey, you know what? He's learned. And now some people are starting to be like, he hasn't learned. So we'll talk about that. But first, let's cover this coverage of the autopsy of the Democrats. And they need an autopsy. So let's cover this story first here. I forgot to put in here a goal. I'm supposed to put a goal in. I forgot all about it. Let me do a goal real quick. But I have 10 super chats of 15 of yellow or higher. In that case, let's do this in 2 hours. In that case, I will. I will follow 5 of you on X to be randomly determined. 5 people I'm not currently following. There you go. I like that. That's pretty good. Supporters. 5 followers. I don't like following people on X. I really don't. Only because my feed just gets all boggled. But I will follow 5 of you on X if I get 15 super chats. I'll count that first one here from Ed. So if I get 14, we'll be good. Cash percent for TOJ, I really like. Yeah, you see, Crystal, you're making a good point, and I think I might have mentioned this last night. That when something gets floated out there, the reaction on social media, which we know he's very attuned to social media, the reaction on social media is something he's certainly monitoring. which is why it's important for us to be screaming. People say, "Don't lose your heads." Don't lose your... It's good. It's good for him to see MAGA losing their minds over potential picks. So in that sense, you're right. That's him. That's helping him pick. It's very curious that despite the fact that I think there was a congratulations from JD Vance to Marco Rubio yesterday, that there's still been no announcement about Rubio on Truth Social. That should make it take heart. So I agree with you. I think that makes a lot of sense, actually. All right. I think I hit the audio proper on this. If I didn't, let me know. Can you guys hear this?
Here's my take. At first glance, it would seem easy to explain last Tuesday's election as part of a 2024 global wave against incumbents beset by post-COVID turmoil and inflation. The UK saw a huge Tory parliamentary majority turn into its thinnest minority in the party's nearly 200-year history. Germany's governing coalition has collapsed amid soaring unpopularity. Emmanuel Macron's party was crushed in France's parliamentary elections. South Korea's opposition party dominated in a huge parliamentary landslide. And even in Japan, where the ruling LDP party has governed almost uninterrupted since 1955, the party lost its House of Representatives majority. So it might have been preordained that Kamala Harris, representing the incumbent administration, lost decisively as well.
This campaign.
But Harris could have bucked the trend.
Okay. So he starts with this premise of sweeping the globe is this feeling of change away from the incumbents, and that incumbent parties have been getting slaughtered across the globe, and that was certainly weighing against Kamala. Okay. All right.
The American economy is doing better than all these other nations.
Remember what he just said here. The American economy is doing better than all these nations.
Employment is strong. Wages are up. Inflation is down. Productivity is soaring. More importantly, Donald Trump has many strengths as a political figure, but he also has many weaknesses. Let's recall that after January 6,
I love Cash Patel, by the way. I love
Trump's approval rating was down to 34% in a CNN poll. In a Marquette Law School.
This is a great assessment he makes about how the Democrats created Trump's second administration. And this is something I've been saying for a year and a half now. I've been saying this for a year and a half. That they made him president. They made him 47. They did. He was done. He was done. People forget now. It's easy to forget now because it's almost tricky to remember because his popularity has been soaring over the last couple of months in particular, really starting from July 13th. I guess you want to really pinpoint, I guess, from the first debate with Biden, then had a dip there when Kamala had her little joy. But people were very frustrated with him. Even MAG was frustrated that he didn't speak out about the attack on J6 people. The left and most people in the middle hated him because of J6. There was a lot of resentment toward him from independents. And believe it or not, we think of independents as being 12 people in the country. It's not true. It's just not true. There are millions of independents in the country. And a lot of them really, swallowed hook, line, and sinker all the crap about J6 being his fault. So he was done. He was really done. January 2022, he was not going to be able to just soar away. And it's an interesting question why they rejected it. Their global communist agenda. I'm not going to spend too long assessing world politics because I know too little about it to feel like I'm informing rather than confusing. So I don't want to. It's possible. I don't know why would that happen now, though. If they were rejecting communism. Is their economy struggling because of communism? I don't know.
Poll matchup. A year later, Joe Biden was beating him by 10 points nationally, 43 to 33. Then came the overturning of Roe v. Wade and the 2022 midterms, in which the Republicans did very badly for a midterm, and MAGA candidates in particular got crushed. Trump's favorability ratings sank to 31% in a CNN poll, with an unfavorable rating at a staggering 60%. Even Republicans were disillusioned with him. At this point, Trump had led a Republican Party that lost its House majority in 2018, its Senate majority and the presidency in the 2020 cycle, and then fared historically badly in those 2022 midterms.
And the reason he's saying that is because normally the incumbent party will take a bit of a bath during the midterms. We should expect that Trump's going to lose the House. Very good chance he's going to lose the House and possibly the Senate in 2026, just based on what history dictates. So the failure in 2022, even though we took the House back in 2022, but the failure to do it by more than a handful of seats was considered a pretty big disappointment. I don't think that was his fault at all. That was completely Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell. Lindsey Graham was floating out there a national abortion ban 10 minutes after the Dobbs decision, and that certainly riled up the feminists to come out and stand up for various protocols that were being put in place by their leftist governors. So, and to come out and vote for various constitutional bills or other agendas that were being voted on, in addition to basically saying, oh my God, we're going to lose the election unless we come out and vote. So 2022 was a disaster. I don't think it's his fault, but some people do. And some people blamed him for some of his picks, that his picks were not so great. Following you would be great. Pixie. I'll tell you this much. I'll follow five people who send me the whatchamacallit. I can't follow everyone, but I'll follow five of the people who actually help qualify for it. I think that's reasonable.
December 2022, Ron DeSantis was outpolling Trump easily among Republicans in a Wall Street Journal poll. That was the Democratic Party's strongest moment since Trump's arrival on the political landscape.
Less than 2 years ago, he was done. Look at those numbers. DeSantis was the king. Everyone loved DeSantis in December 2022.
Easily among.
He was the head of the Republican Party for a split minute. I mean, it's hard to know who's the head of the Republican, but he was. Everyone loved DeSantis at this point. This was right when he was fighting Disney and speaking out against woke agenda and passing one bill after another, basically attacking the woke left. He was soaring, and no one really was thinking much about Trump at all. The only people thinking about him were the Democrats, and that was their mistake.
Republicans in a Wall Street Journal poll. That was the Democratic Party's strongest moment since Trump's arrival on the political landscape. But they blew it. The New York Times estimates that Harris will lose the national popular vote by about 1.5 points, a first for Democrats since 2004. Global inflation is something that was hard to shut down, but there were other issues that Democrats flubbed, which inflamed the opposition and depressed their base. I'm going to talk about them here because it's the right time to do a postmortem. But to avoid appearing to have 20/20 hindsight, I should say that I have noted each of these mistakes at the time, often provoking angry responses from the left. The first big error was the Biden administration's blindness to the collapse of the immigration system and the chaos at the border. An asylum system that was meant for a small number of persecuted individuals was being used by millions to gain legal entry. Instead of shutting it down, liberals branded anyone protesting as heartless and racist.
We might forget, by the way, 4 years ago, before the border was pretty much erased by the Biden administration, there was one of the left's three most common screeds was about the kids in cages. They got kids in cages. He's got kids in cages. That's what they were screaming in October of 2020. These were the kids in cages. And we were defending with like, who built those cages? They were built by Obama. That's what we were defending with. People forget this, but that's who built the cages. It was Obama, but they didn't want to hear that because the cages were being used by Trump.
They missed a massive shift in American public opinion in just a few years. In 2020, the percentage of Americans who wanted to decrease immigration was just 28%. By this year, it was 55%. When Kamala Harris went on The View and was asked how she would have differed from Biden, instead of basically saying nothing different, she should have said, I would have shut down the border early and hard.
Now, people would have taken her to task if she had said that. Like, what do you mean? You're the border czar. Why didn't you shut it down? What does that mean? But that could have given her opportunity to say, I was just vice president. I couldn't affect policy. I was only able to deal with communications. At least she's saying that she's going to be different in shutting down this border and recognizing that the border is a real problem. Throughout her campaign, you never heard her acknowledge that the border is a problem she needs to address in the next term. You never heard her say that. She would say things like it's not such a problem anymore. And and all this other, all this other stuff, that's very defensive. But she should have, he's correct. She should have basically said, I'm going to make sure that border is shut down. I'm going to be affecting policies that's going to be shutting that border down. She never really did.
The second error was an overzealous misuse of law to punish Trump. The most egregious of the cases pursued was Alvin Bragg's one in New York, one that even he was once skeptical of, but was reportedly pressured by some on the left into pursuing. Some cases, like the Georgia one, were legitimate. But
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was not legit. No, it wasn't. No, for real. No.
Host of them piled on in rapid succession gave the impression that the legal system was being weaponized to get Trump. It confirmed to his base what it had always believed, that overeducated urban liberals were hypocrites, happy to bend rules and norms when it suited their purposes. It's worth noting that in this week's election, a CNN exit poll found that among those who believe that democracy in the U.S. is threatened, a majority supported Trump.
That, to me, that poll shocked the heck out of me. That shocked me. I thought, and if you think about it, one of the things the left kept saying is democracy is on the ballot. Democracy is on the ballot. Democracy is on the ballot. Never realizing that that's motivating people to vote for Trump. It's so ironic.
U.S. is threatened,
but
a majority supported Trump.
3 out of 5, almost 3 out of 5 people who thought democracy was on the ballot voted Trump. That's a massive. That means basically every time they said democracy's on the ballot, it was a campaign ad for Trump. And they thought it was. That's how bad they are at their job. That's how bad. They never once actually looked at, hey, how do people look at democracy being on the ballot? Because they were their heads are stuck so deep up their own sphincters that they assume that everyone thinks like they do, that the threat of democracy being imperiled is that Trump's going to come in. Trump's going to come in here with this whole agenda for agenda 2025 or Project 2025 and all that other stuff. They thought they had sold America into buying this hogwash that liberty is at stake here, and we have to come out like patriots in mass numbers to stop the loss of democracy. Democracy's on the ballot. I'm going to try and see if I can find one of those, like a montage.
Lawfare turned Trump from being a loser into a victim, and as his indictments grew, his campaign contributions surged and his poll numbers solidified. The final error is a more diffuse one, the dominance of identity politics on the left, which made it push for all kinds of DEI policies that largely came out of the urban academic bubble, but alienated many mainstream voters. There's an irony in claiming to be pro-Latino by insisting that people use the term Latinx, only to discover that Latinos themselves think the word is weird. This kind of obsession made Democrats view people too much through their ethnic or racial or gender identity, and it made them miss, for example, that working class Latinos were moving toward Trump perhaps because they were socially conservative, or liked his macho rhetoric, or even agreed with his hardline stance on immigration.
Or let's face it, the dude survived bullets. You hit him with a bullet in the head, and he's still alive. There's that too.
One of Trump's most effective ads on trans issues had a tagline.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
The problem is much.
That was such a great slogan. Such an amazing slogan. Because it says it in so many different, it works on so many different levels. It works on, like, she's not part of you, and it hits on the whole woke thing in one short, succinct statement. Kamala's for they, them. Trump is for you. It's short enough, and it's memorable, and it basically it hits on in so many different ways that that was a powerful slogan.
Much deeper than simply one about nouns and pronouns. The entire focus.
And by the way, I think that he's not the last one to use it. I think we're going to hear that. We're going to hear the next candidate talk about how they're for they, them. They're going to get pounded on the whole trans movement. They're going to get, because it's so easy. It's so easy. So and it's such a perfect slogan. I think that's going to be lifted by J.D. Vance when he runs in 2028. And if not, you have to ask, why wouldn't you? Like, why would he not?
Focus on identity has morphed into something deeply illiberal, judging people by the color of their skin rather than the content of their character. Similarly, university speech codes and cancel culture have become ways that the left censors or restricts that most cherished of liberal ideas, freedom of speech. One simple way to think about the lessons of this election is that liberals cannot achieve liberal goals, however virtuous, by illiberal means. Go to CNN.
All right, I'm gonna pull up a couple of these chats here before we hear from these two idiots here, who in 3.5 minutes basically just espouse such utter nonsense that it's laughable. Brandon Herrera for director of ATF. That's not bad. Aaron's saying, "LOL, follow me would be great if you like pictures of my flowers and grandsons." I would. I think that's what I need. Jenny L, hello, thank you. Oh, my pleasure. I didn't say I'm following everyone who I should have a bidding war. That's what I should get me to follow you. I hate following people. Every time I click follow, it's like I feel like I'm like fine. I have to follow this person. I hate it every time. I'm like, fine, Elon, I'll follow you. Damn it, I have to follow him. I have to see what he's saying. I have to comment on it. Yeah. I want to be one of the 12 people on the planet who's not following Elon Musk. Send your video DMs. Good to see you, V Radio. Trump national security appointee thinks we should still be in Iraq, Afghanistan. Stitch and Adam would love him. National security. Oh, you're talking about well, we'll get to him. We'll get to him. Everyone today must say afuera.
For 4 years, the only word
that's not what I wanted.
to actually cut.
That wasn't what I wanted either. I think this is what he's talking about here. I think this is what he's talking about. I had this ready to go. This is what people are expecting Trump and Elon and Vivek to be doing as with their new Department of Government Efficiency, trying to streamline our government.
Ministerio de Turismo y Deporte, afuera. Ministerio de Cultura,
afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, afuera. Ministerio de las Mujeres y Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera. Aunque te resistas. Ministerio de Ciencia y Tecnología e Innovación, afuera. Ministerio de Trabajo, Empleo y Seguridad Social, afuera. Ministerio de Educación, adoctrinamiento, afuera. Ministerio de Transporte, afuera. Ministerio de Salud, afuera. Ministerio de Desarrollo Social, afuera. Se acabó el curro de la política. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! Ministerio de Turismo.
He's so good, that guy. Everyone loves him. How can you not love him? Yeah, because the left was the one threatening democracy with a lawfare, trying to take Trump off the ballot. And the censorship of opposing views. It's true. They were. Pixamisa. I've come to realize Democrats have no theory of mind. Most Republicans understand how Democrats think. Very few Democrats understand how Republicans think. It's true. They don't understand anything. To this day, they don't understand Trump. So, like, I would say at least a third of all Democrats believe that there's a racist vein that's running through your body, which he's connecting with. At least a third of them. I mean, it's astonishing how little they understand. And they've never bothered trying because they're so elitist and so like, oh well, I don't associate with you. They at least a third of them think that that's a piece, if not a significant piece, of why you support Trump. Some think that you're part of a cult, which the following is not at all a cult type of cult. Nor is MAGA. So yeah, they don't understand anything about what constitutional values means. They don't understand that hate speech is not a thing, that there's no such thing. They don't understand that. They don't understand anything about the Republican mindset. It's true. Even Saudi Arabia is glad Trump is back, called for resumption of Abraham Accords and Middle East peace with Israel. It's true. Yeah. Make sure you got my super chat a few days ago in replay. God bless you. Today we did it, Hose. I'm sorry if I missed it. Did I really miss a super chat from you? I don't like missing any super chats, especially from folks who are regularly chatting. That makes me feel bad. How am I supposed to find that? Oh my God. I don't even know what day it was. I don't even know which day it was. I'm gonna have to like sit here looking for my supers. Let me see if I find it real quick. Kelly. Kelly. Why? Because you're Kelly. Yeah, I just showed my age. That was really showing my age. But if you know what that song is from, 5 points for you. 5 points for you. Here's the song. I'll give you a hint even. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find it, Kelly. I'm scrolling. I'm back a long ways now. I don't know. I'm sorry. My apologies. Best is Elon and Vivek Office Space. What do you say you do here? Fine. You guys want it all? You want it? I'll give you that one too. I was saving this.
What would you say you do here?
Well, look, I already told you. I deal with the goddamn customers so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people? You're fired. Get out of here.
There was another one which had Ari, but I don't know what happened to it. So The reason why Democrats do not understand anything is because the ability to see truth can only start from acknowledging God's presence. No God, no truth. No God, no truth. I can dig that. I can dig that. Allegan, locals get no love tonight. No chat. I'm sorry. That was totally on me. I'm going to fix that. I am so sorry. What happened to my locals chat? I know what happened. I know why I forgot. I was looking through locals and I started it now. I just opened up the chat. I was looking through it. You know, if you missed locals last night, my locals show last night, I don't blame you because what happened last night. I apologize those of you who were watching on YouTube. The YouTube just wasn't connecting. All of a sudden, just out of the blue, it just zipped, everything was gone. And so I finished on Rumble, and when I was covering Rumble, in the middle, I was watching a CNN roundtable, and I noticed that a tagline in the chyron they had there for this Jay Michelson is that he's a rabbi and author of a book called God versus Gays, the Moral Argument for Equality, or something to that. That's a book that he wrote 15 years ago. When I saw rabbi trying to use religion as a basis to defend homosexuality, so I was like, so I found a video of him talking for 42 minutes, giving a lecture about his book. I was like, I've got to see this. I'm going to watch it with you all. And I broke it down. And at some point along the way, the topic of Sodom and Gomorrah came up, which I guess I should bring this up for Liz here. So the topic of Sodom and Gomorrah came up, and I actually pointed out to you that if you look in Torah, there is reference to the Sodomites engaging in what we call sodomy today and homosexuality. There is reference. It's not express. It's also not brought down as far as in Torah as to why they were destroyed. And I explained to the audience there, and you should really check it out. It's if you're interested in that sort of thing, as far as watching me rip apart some empty arguments from a rabbi. But and I explained that the reason that we believe Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed was not really because of the homosexuality, even though that was there, but that it was actually the levels of cruelty that they had. That's what I said last night, but I actually remembered today something I should have said yesterday, was that they actually had utter perversion of justice. It's brought down in Talmud, actually, in Sanhedrin 109b. They go through different types of perversion of justice that they had, where like they said, if someone like justice in Sodom, it was like classic leftist type of thinking, really, like just, I mean, maybe this is even far for leftists. Like if someone punches a woman who's pregnant and kills the fetus, that they would issue a judgment that he has to take the woman for himself from her husband and reimpregnate him. That's what justice is. That if you rip off your friend's the donkey from that your friend owns, if you rip off his ear, you have to take possession of it and take care of that donkey until the ear grows back. Like that's kind of, and that they were very, very, very against charity, and that there was this girl, and the final cry out to God. And I'm not going to do a whole religious thing right now, but I thought this was kind of cool. So that's why I'm sharing it with you. The final cry out to God was that there was against the law in Sodom to give charity, because they didn't want people coming begging them for charity. They were a very wealthy community, so they didn't want people coming and begging them for charity. So it was against the law to beg to give charity, because they were worried that would encourage others to want to come for charity. And there was a girl who was found guilty of giving charity. So they tied her to a wall, covered her in honey, and allowed her to get stung to death by bees. So, and and Torah says like basically it was like her cries like up to heaven, which basically like made God say like, okay, that's it. We're done here. We're done here. So it happens to be the segment that we're covering this week in synagogue, which is why I was reading through it today and I was reminded of all this. Anyway, so there you go. If you know God, you know truth. Why, oh, why didn't Trump appointing Tulsi Gabbard Secretary of DHS? Well, there are other positions. I expect she's probably going to be something defense related. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. I think she's going to get a plum appointment. I do. Let's see what happens. Federal employees overpaid 95% of just wages. Yeah, that's probably true. On MSNBC today, they found only, remember, 15 months, Worcestershire, the leader. Why female libs believed white people were inherently racist. No, don't watch it. Caught a snippet. Don't judge me. I'm not judging you. I know it's left over from your days, the halcyon days of your youth. Democrats not understanding things is their advantage because we can't comprehend that, and we expend energy studying them while they just act. They act based on emotion. It's true. You're correct that you shouldn't waste time trying to argue logic. Many thanks for all the live stream. Oh, thank you so much, Jenny. Remember, for 16 months, I appreciate your continual support of the show. Okay, remember during yesterday's Frozen, I saw that. That was the last thing that popped up on my stream, actually. Love the stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Marigold. All right. I want to share with you these idiots who, after Fareed gave a pretty good breakdown as to how the left resurrected Trump, that he was second to DeSantis, way behind DeSantis in popularity amongst Republicans, and way behind Biden, and he was basically forgotten and kicked to the curb when all of a sudden they just started coming after him with lawfare, and that is what really jump-started his popularity. And that's what Fareed brings up there as far as mistakes from the left. Now he's asking two other idiots what their thoughts are, and they basically revert to classic leftist thinking.
.com/Fareed for a link to my Washington Post column this week. And let's get started. In 2016, when Trump won the first time, much was made of the fact that Hillary Clinton actually won the popular vote by 2 percentage points. The Electoral College may have chosen Trump, but the majority of Americans didn't. In 2020, he lost the popular vote to Joe Biden by more than 4 points, and he lost the election. But this year, he is projected to have narrowly won the popular vote. If projections hold, it'll be the first time a Republican has won the popular vote in 20 years. I'm joined now by two very smart people, the New York Times opinion.
It's a very generous assessment. Ezra Klein.
Columnist Ezra Klein, the author of the book, Why We're Polarized.
I'm sure there's a lot of deep insight in there. I'm sure there's a lot of deep insight.
And David Frum, a staff writer at The Atlantic and a former speechwriter for President George W. Bush.
That's to try and make it look balanced that we have a Republican and Democrat here. But yeah, as David Frum is a never Trumper.
So how, first, fundamentally, how much of this was incumbency penalty that it seems to have affected every election in the last 18 months? And how much of this is something special that we should analyze?
So if you chart how every incumbent government has done in elections, you say over the past 15 months, 2 years, virtually every one of them gets annihilated in the election by much more, frankly, than Democrats did this time. So the Tories in UK do terribly. You look north, Justin Trudeau in Canada is incredibly unpopular. The government in Germany is falling apart. We're seeing center-right and center-left governments go down. So if you look at the coalition here, one very simple way of thinking about it is in 2020 and 2024, you have very similar coalitions in the election. And Trump is doing much better in 2020 also among Hispanic and Black voters than people expected. But in 2020, Trump is the incumbent. There's a pandemic. People are mad at him. He's not very good at being president.
This is so bad.
So you have this coalition, but Trump has a -3 point incumbent penalty. Democrats win by 4.
There's a -3 incumbent penalty. Okay. All right. So you're saying that Biden would have won by 1 point if not for the -3 incumbent penalty? What a stupid thing to say, a -3 incumbent penalty.
And they win the election. This year, Biden is president. The Biden-Harris administration are the incumbents.
She's not president. She's not the incumbent. She's thought of as being incumbent, and she embraced the role of being incumbent. Why would she do that if there's a -3 penalty for it? If you're right that there's a -3 penalty for it, how are you not holding her and her campaign to task for not saying, no, we are new? Hello? It's so stupid. It's staring you in the face.
People are mad. It's a post-inflation period. We're seeing angry electorates at incumbents everywhere.
She's not the incumbent. She had every opportunity to say, I will be radically different in noticeable ways from Biden, even though he did a great job for his time. The way we could have done things better and will do things better is by A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Boom. Here are 7 ways we're going to be different. That's what she could have done. And no, I'm not president. He has his aides, he has his chief of staff, he has people around him. And frankly, I barely talk to the guy. And that's actually truth. That's actually hardcore truth. She doesn't talk to him anymore. She's got nothing to do with him anymore. Quite the contrary, they actually really, really don't like each other at all. They really, really don't like each other. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. No. It's palpable. It's palpable. Let me show you. Let me show you just how much they hate each other. Okay. This was yesterday. Here's Kamala showing up. This is Jill Biden sitting here. Kamala and Doug showing up yesterday, all in black. Probably this is this could be for Veterans Day. It could be that they're just reflecting about last week. I don't know. Maybe that's why they're all in black. Who knows? If it were reflecting, I think that Jill would be wearing bright colors. But look at her. Look at the greeting between Kamala and Jill. She's shaking everyone else's hands. All right, let's sit down, Doug. Okay, Doug, let's sit down. Okay, let's just sit down. Jill doesn't even acknowledge she's there. It was very easy for her to come forward and say, no, that's not us. That's not me. That was Joe. And I think he did great work, but here there are different ways that would have been better. Does Ezra Klein point that out to the audience here? No. She was saddled with a 3-point incumbent penalty. Whose fault is that?
Well, again, a -3, -2 incumbent penalty. Democrats lose by 1 to 2 points in the popular vote, which is what the projections show. So on that level, maybe you don't need to explain that much at all. But here's why I don't just take that and throw it around myself like a shawl and comfort myself to sleep.
Does he realize how stupid that sounds? And because he also would basically exonerate Trump's loss in 2020.
They lost by 1.5 points in the battleground states, right? When they were actually able to keep it very narrow compared to a lot of other incumbent governments.
175,000 votes in those 3 states would have flipped the electoral college.
And they probably lose the popular vote maybe by 1.5 points-ish, right? So that means strategic decisions could have really mattered here. When you're talking about a swing of 2 percentage points of a vote, that is not something that only structure can explain. It is actually, they were actually able to keep it close enough that maybe doing something different would have mattered.
Yeah,
doing a lot of things different would have significantly mattered. The other thing he's ignoring is this. They're trying to say, and I think David Frum is going to go down the same road. He only has like a minute to talk or so. But they're trying to say that, look, incumbents across the world were having all sorts of problems. And then in the next breath, they're also saying the economy here is the best in the world. Everywhere is struggling, and they did a great job. They've been doing a great job. You know how you know they're doing a great job? Because as bad as everyone's struggling, we're struggling less than them. Well, if we're struggling less than them, if the economy here is better, then why are you comparing yourself to incumbents in other countries? In other countries, they're losing because their economy is so terrible. You're saying the economy is not so terrible here. Since it's not so terrible here, why would you say we should have expected her to be losing out because incumbents across the globe are losing out? Why would you expect that to be the case? Because the United States is in a better position than every one of those other countries that you're citing. So they're going down. You know why they're going down in flames? Because their economy sucks. So that's not, you can't just say, oh, it's built in a 3% loss because incumbents, or because, everywhere incumbents are taking a bath across the globe. Yeah, they take a bath because, as you're saying, their economy sucks compared to ours. Our economy is supposedly way better. Everything's way better here. So if that's true, then she doesn't have to take the bath. So then why did she? And the thing is this. Well, let's hear from David Frum before I wrap up on this.
Interesting point. The point is not that it was a blowout, and that's why the Democrats should be soul searching. It wasn't a blowout. They could have won this. And David, what about?
They really could have. They should have. She should have won it. Here's this dirty secret. She should have won it. She should have.
The economy. I mean, why is it that with what is unarguably the strongest economy in the world at this point, it didn't work? Was it a time lag? Was it that inflation matters a lot more than we thought it would?
If Donald Trump had presided over this economy, as he soon will, he would have said again and again, this is the greatest economy since the 1960s.
Listen to the city. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, now I remember the stupidity he's about to say.
Great. Unemployment. The Democrats are inhibited. That if there is someone in America who is sad, it is impossible for a Democratic president and a Democratic administration to speak positively about what they've done. It is a remark.
Wrong.
I marvel at this because there's so many veto points in the party, and this creates a very dangerous situation now. What do Democrats love on this earth more than soul searching? I don't know. They love it. It may be mutual accusation and mutual recrimination. That's the one thing they like more than social, blaming each other. They hate each other. It's a very messy coalition, and they're now about to turn on each other. Should we have gone left on populism? Should we blame this part of our coalition or that part of our coalition? And meanwhile, the emergency is going to start immediately.
Okay, so idiot, doofus. No. They don't refuse what he said there, which you might not have heard because I played over it.
The Democrats are inhibited. That if there is someone in America who is sad, it is impossible for a Democratic president and a Democratic administration to speak positively about what they've done. It is a remark.
Did you miss Obama? Did you? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's impossible for them to talk well of themselves if someone in America is sad. That's what this clown said. That's what I gave him one of these for. Did you miss out about Obama constantly touting his own feathers, or legacy media constantly touting their own feathers? Did you miss out on Nancy Pelosi saying that this was an historic presidency, that he should be on Mount Rushmore? Did you miss that? Did you miss that? Idiot. Stupid. Doofus. There's one thing that all of them refuse to say, and honestly, I don't understand why. I think it requires too much self-reflection. It's too much of an admission. They cannot admit it because they're embarrassed to admit this. Here's the reality. Kamala was a uniquely terrible candidate. She was awful. She's about as appealing as maggots in an infected wound. Her personality, her intellect, everything about her is revolting. Her inability to articulate her position, how she seems so plastic, her inability to conjure up thought, her reliance on a resume that is filled with all sorts of the most amazing thing about her resume is the job titles she's had and the lack of achievement in any of those jobs. If anything, her record in each of those places was remarkable failure. As Tulsi Gabbard pointed out in the 2020 Democratic primaries, that she basically turned her role as the AG for California into holding inmates beyond their sentence and being forced and using them because she said we need their slave labor, until she was compelled by a court to release them. the fact that she actually didn't bother, she wasn't involved in the prosecution, she oversaw them, but she actually herself didn't accomplish getting a single conviction in her life. There's no person she can point to and say, that's the conviction I got. You know, someone who never really touted his experience and it has a pretty storied resume is Rudy Giuliani. Think what you like about Rudy Giuliani. The guy got a conviction against John Gotti, who, if you're unfamiliar with who he is, he was the most notorious crime boss to be convicted in the second half of the 20th century. Top 5 of the century, easily, as far as who's got convicted, who is sentenced for their crimes. Obviously, Al Capone is number 1, even though he was sentenced for tax evasion. Who got that conviction? Rudy Giuliani. That's an accomplishment. It's not simply he was district attorney. No, he's not just district attorney. It's that he's actually doing something. So she failed upwards into getting that job, had no accomplishments as for her role as DA, had no accomplishments as a senator, and the one job that was tasked to her was to be border czar. Border czar. I mean, come on. She's got this really amazing CV of job title that would make any person blush, and zero accomplishment below the headline of I was a vice president, I was district attorney for the state of California, I was senator from California. All wonderful resume, zero accomplishment, and then no personality and no ability to think on her feet. Just so utterly impersonable, not just not able to make common conversations seem comfortable, laughing in weird moments, deflecting from serious questions with really poorly timed attempts at humor, which made her look like she is not taking her duties seriously at all, and just having no policy that she could articulate why this would work, where the money's coming from. How is this actually helping? Quite the contrary. So, no, she was a uniquely terrible candidate, arguably one of the 3 worst candidates in American history. That's how bad she was. She was terrible, terrible. And none of them can say it. They're too embarrassed because they're all sitting there saying, yay, Kamala! They were saying it just a week ago. Yay, go Kamala! You go, girl, summer brat! They can't admit that she was pretty bad. She was really bad. 6 months from now, they'll admit it. 6 months from now, they'll be like, we could have done better on the candidate. But they're too embarrassed right now. So instead, they're like, racist! You're a racist! That's why you voted for Trump! And that's all I got to say about that. And it's not worthy to be TP, that's true. Song was Just My Girl, Death by Bees. I don't know that story. I don't know that song. Tories failed in UK because they're just liberals with half a backbone. They're not actually a right-leaning party. They're a joke, and they fought Brexit. I don't know anything about British politics. Nothing. I believe you. I remain proudly ignorant of world politics. I'm like, this is my zone. This is my zone. I don't know anything about world politics. The best news in CNN is firing host and staff. MSNBC is for sale. MSM is failing, and I will enjoy watching it fail. Mr. Potato Head will be fired twice. It's true. He will. At least maggots in a wound are useful. Yeah. Teflon Don and the legacy continues with Trump. It's true. It is. Philip Coggins. Hold on, Joe. Maggots and infected wounds can at least be useful. That's actually, someone mentions how I talked about Sodom and justice in Sodom. That was another thing I forgot as far as justice in Sodom is if someone punches you and makes you bleed. I mean, this was the law in Sodom. Someone punches you and makes you bleed. You have to pay that person for the services they provided, giving you bloodletting services. And there was a story of one guy who was hit with that penalty and went up to the judge, punched him in the face, punched him in the nose, and said, "All right, you pay him the money you owe me now. You pay that guy the money you owe me now. You deal with him." So, oh, you're welcome. I apologize that I missed your chat again. Sorry about that, Kelly. Did you know where the song was from, Kelly? You gotta know, right? Someone named Kelly has to know. Just checking out, making sure to see if I missed anything over here in my I did miss it. Texas says, Joe, why not take care of your peeps and open the channel locals? I'm sorry I missed that earlier. Kamala on The View was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She couldn't say she would be something different than Biden for fear Biden would lash out against her. She very easily could have said he was phenomenal. He was exceptional. There are certain things that I as president would do differently. I mean, his was the right call for that time, but we're in a different time now. You have to expect the question to come and how you're going to answer in a way that's not going to be offensive to the president. It's really not that hard. Why is Trump leeching talent from Congress? We need all of our help we can get there. Mark Grober mentioned how there's so many great folks who sacrificed for him outside Washington. Well, maybe that's why he brought in some of his appointments who are not from within Washington. It's a good question. It's a good question. All right. In fact, Vivek said that the senator position is now being vacated by J.D. Vance. The appointment is supposed to be made by Mike DeWine, governor of Ohio. And Vivek tweeted out that he's not able to take that job because he's accepting his role in Doge. Let's get into those appointments. I think it's time for us to start talking about his appointments. We'll go through them one by one, and we will address our thoughts on them. It's time for us to start looking at his True Social and who he's appointed. And then I'm probably going to open up phone lines at a certain point. Let me just refresh this. I got to have them all here. Okay. We'll start from the earliest one this morning. I'll work our way through the day. First one he announced today was Mike Waltz from Florida. Where he wrote on True Social, I'm honored to announce Congressman Mike Waltz is hereby appointed to serve in my cabinet as my national security advisor. Mike is the first Green Beret to have been elected to Congress and previously served in the White House and Pentagon. Mike served in the Army Special Forces for 27 years, where he was deployed multiple times in combat, for which he was awarded 4 Bronze Stars, including 2 with Valor. He's known to be, I looked up Mike Waltz. He's known to be a bit of a war hawk. It's a good time for us to check out what American Heritage says about him. Let's check out what American Heritage says. American Heritage. Congress. I think it's probably saying it, but. So this is a pretty good score from the Heritage Action for America. Lifetime score of 90, session score of 85. That's actually a really good score. Equal Representation Act, he goes along with them. Ukraine Security Supplement Appropriations Act. Well, that's good. He doesn't want to give supplements to Ukraine. That's he's on the right side of history there. Rule to combine foreign aid bills and bypass accountability on individual bills. Warrant requirement amendment to HR 78 reforming intelligence and security America. The FBI's record of politicized abuses and the executive branch's continued misuse of federal funds. The federal intelligence authorities chilling. So this is him siding with bureaucrats targeting their exercise of free speech and other constitutional rights of Americans. So Congress can no longer ignore these clear and egregious violations. So he voted against that. Against reforming that. that was a call to Congress should restructure and reform the FBI from top to bottom. So his position was no. Heritage Action said we need to. He said no. So that's a big government position that he's taking with this no vote over here. He seems good on the economy, that he's not looking to just burn our money. That's good. You want to go after Mayorkas? And here he is. This is why people, I think he's a bit of a hawk. He's all for spending on our defense. He's okay. He's all right. Anyway, that's our new national security advisor, Mike Waltz. He's okay. He's a little bit of a hawk, which had me concerned when I saw it. A little bit hawkish. Not crazy, not insane hawkish, but a little hawkish. That's the first one that came out. Next up was, I think, Huckabee. Yeah. Pleased to announce highly respected former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, has been nominated to be United States ambassador to Israel. I happen to like that appointment. He's got that classic conservative Christian pro-Israel perspective. So I'm okay with that personally. I know some of you are not going to be happy about that. But I'm pleased to announce that I've appointed Steve Witkoff to be special envoy to the Middle East. Steve's highly respected leader in business and philanthropy, who has made every project the community has made involved with stronger and more prosperous. Steve will be an unrelenting voice for peace and make us all proud. I don't know anything about Stephen Witkoff. I don't know who he is. If any of you know anything about him and can enlighten me about him, I don't know anything about that guy. So I'm not going to weigh in, good or bad, on him. Next up is McGinley. Pleased to announce that William Joseph McGinley will serve as my White House counsel. Bill is a smart and tenacious lawyer who will help me advance our America First agenda while fighting for election integrity and against the weaponization of law enforcement. He served in my first term as White House Cabinet Secretary and played a major role in election victory as the RNC's outside counsel for election integrity. He has been with him. He does seem like he's a smart attorney. I believe he signed off on that whole plan for January 6th, which I thought was correct, the correct legal call, even though some lawyers have lost their law license over it. He wasn't the one who drafted it, which is part of the reason he escaped scrutiny. But I'm totally fine with McGinley here as White House counsel. I think it seems like a smart choice. When you have a lawyer who's going to be serving as White House counsel, it's healthy if the guy is both intelligent and loyal. You certainly want someone in this role. And one of the things I was talking about with respect to loyalty is that loyalty is less of a problem when you're dealing with a lame duck session of a second administration. Because there's only so much benefit you can have in stabbing the guy. So as far as hurting the administration, you're in a weaker position to hurt the administration when he's in his second term. So in that sense, I thought loyalty is not as significant as it would be for an incoming first-term freshman term as president. That being said, when it comes to White House counsel, you really want an attorney who you can feel you trust instinctively. So the long relationship here, the competence that, the confidence that he has in him, these are all important factors. So seems like it's a good choice. I'm good with McKinley. Next up is John Ratcliffe. Now let's start getting into it. Pleased to announce that former Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, will serve as Director of the CIA. From exposing fake Russian collusion to a Clinton campaign operation, to catching the FBI's abuse of civil liberties at the FISA court, John Ratcliffe has always been a warrior for truth and honesty with the American public. When 51 intelligence officials were lying about Hunter Biden's laptop, there was one, John Ratcliffe, telling the truth to the American people. So, for these and many other reasons, it's my great honor in 2020 to award John the National Security Medal, the nation's highest honor for distinguished achievement in the field of intelligence and national security. I look forward to John being the first person ever to serve in both our nation's highest intelligence positions. He'll be a fearless fighter for the constitutional rights of all Americans while ensuring the highest levels of national security and peace through strength. Previously served as 6th Director of National Intelligence. In that role, Ratcliffe served as the leader of the U.S. intelligence community and principal intelligence advisor to Trump. So we'll start with this. I'll pause and ask you guys what you think of the Ratcliffe thing, of the Ratcliffe. John Ratcliffe. You guys like Ratcliffe? Me personally, I think this is pretty good. I'm agreeing with my gut is like Raven Jensen saying. I like this pick too. I think it's a pretty good pick. I don't have a problem with Ratcliffe. I don't remember him. The face looks familiar. I don't remember him, but there's so many faces that I have a negative association with that the fact that I don't remember him and that he was there the first go around is to me a good sign. It's a good sign that I don't remember him. I vaguely recall the face, but as far as what he did in his role in the first term, I don't remember anything. Nancy's saying she likes him. Jeff B saying he likes him. So overall, people are okay. We're okay with that. All right. I thought you guys were going to be okay with Ratcliffe. I thought that would be. Hey, Winning Reality, and the viewers just joined. Say hello. Hey, Winning Reality viewers. Raid Winning Reality. Thank you, Talking Trash. Good to see you. Good to see you, TTT. TTT in the house. Where was we? Let's go on to the next one. Yeah. Pete. This is the one that had people's minds exploding. This is the one that had people freaking out. I think he intentionally. Trump ain't stupid. Guy's very smart. I think he intentionally took this one. He's like, let me throw out a couple of other announcements real quick after this one. I'm honored to announce. Let's read the actual wording here. I nominated Pete Hesketh to serve. Pistol Pete Hesketh to serve my cabinet as Secretary of Defense. Pete has spent his entire life as a warrior for the troops and for the country. Pete is tough, smart, and true believer in America first. With Pete at the helm, America's enemies are on notice. Our military will be great again, and America will never back down. Pete is a graduate of Princeton University, has a graduate degree from Harvard. He's an Army combat veteran who did tours in Guantanamo Bay, Iraq, and Afghanistan. For his actions on the battlefield, he was decorated with 2 Bronze Stars as well as a combat infantryman's badge. That's pretty impressive. Pete has been a host of Fox News for 8 years, where he used that platform to fight for our military and veterans. Pete's recent book, The War on Warriors, spent 9 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list, including 2 weeks at #1. The book reveals the left-wing betrayal of our warriors and how we must return our military to meritocracy. It's still available on Amazon today. I'm sorry. He's like, give me a cut of your book. The military to meritocracy, lethality, accountability, and excellence. Pete has also led 2 veteran advocacy organizations leading the fight for our warriors and our great veterans. Nobody fights harder for the troops, and Pete will be a courageous and patriotic champion of our peace through strength policy. Okay. Any thoughts? What are you guys' thoughts? You can tell me. What do you think of Pistol Pete? I like Pete. He's not the right guy. See, this is what I knew some folks were going to say. I knew some people were going to say that. Prosper was saying, I love Pete. He's a great choice. Some saying they wanted Tulsi. Strong choice. Love this pick. Okay. Kind of like him. He returned his diploma to Harvard. That's pretty based. If Trump was smart, he'd be hiring a couple of never-Trumpers in the House and Senate, then endorse their replacements, then fire the never-Trumpers. Done and done. Oh my God, you freaking Machiavellian mad fool. Oh, I love you, Matt. Oh my God. That would be awesome. That would be so awesome. Some of your biggest hardcore Republican never-Trumpers. Your most hardcore Republican never-Trumpers. And 10 minutes after they're replaced, you fire them. Oh my God. That is freaking genius. I'm going to steal that idea. I'm totally going to steal that. Also, Matt Skinner brought it. I lost it when he brought it in here. 20 new members of the following, courtesy of Matthew Skinner. God bless you, Matt Skinner. God bless you. I don't have the names. I can't pull up the names. If you were gifted a membership in the following, I urge you to please give a like and a thank you to your sponsor there, Matt Skinner, sponsor of the show tonight. Coming in there with the 20. The following is really just about being a better Trumper. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. It's all about this. Whole thing has been a hoax from the get-go. There really is no following. It's all about turning you into a crazy MAGA person. Now you're a crazy MAGA person. Make America great again. That's what the following has always been. You thought community unity leadership train. No, it's been all MAGA all the time. That's what it was. It was a plot. It was a plot for the handful of you out there who were like not on board with Trump to bring you on so that in the shower, you would be standing there. I wouldn't know. The only one who would know is whoever has the misfortune of hearing your voice when you be singing YMCA. It's fun to, yeah, that's right. That's what the following has been all along. Not at all a cult. Not at all. But now it can be revealed. Welcome to the following. We have cookies. To maintain peace, need to protect Warhawk strength. So this is something I expressed on X today. Reagan popularized the phrase peace through strength. What that meant is we're going to have such next gen weapons, and so many of them, that nobody's going to mess with us, and everyone will bend the knee to us. So if we think people are getting out of line and we chastise them, they're going to shudder in fear. And we will never have to fire a bullet because they will know that, hey, we're going to F you up if you don't do what we want. And that's how we can be world police without killing people. That's what peace through strength meant to Reagan. Then other folks came in. Then we had two Iraq wars and Afghanistan. And all of a sudden, peace through strength morphed into, we're going to bomb the F out of you. And we're going to do it. And we're going to remind you that we're America. Peace through strength is, if we think you may one day be a threat to our peace, you're going to feel our strength. which is not really peace through strength. That's just war through strength. That's really just war. Everyone pro tip, buy Dogecoin and sit for 4 years. It is a pretty good tip. It is a pretty good tip. Post this on. Okay, will do. Joe, if infantry and sea combat, everyone gets a CIB. I don't know what that means. Adam, Waltz will be terrible. No one will be awful. I'm not up to know him yet. Rubio would be a failed administration. With few exceptions, these picks were below my already low expectations, counting on Vivek, on Vance, Elon, Vivek. Adam. Do I have to call you? Should I call you? Should I call you, Adam? We'll have a chat. We're going to have a chat. I'm going to talk you off the ledge. I think I'm going to call Adam. This is Rescue Mission. I've had him on the show here. Adam DeAngeli. I think I have his phone number in here. Are you cool with me calling you, Adam? I want to talk with you. This is not true. I'm just a host. I am just a host. Not following folks on X makes you leader. I don't think so. Tulsi should be Secretary of State. A lot of folks are saying that. All right, we got a sure. Fine. I'm going to call you now. I'm going to call you now. I'm going to Google Voice you. There we go.
Hey, Joe. How's it going, buddy?
Awesome. How are you, Adam?
Good.
You're such a Debbie Downer. You're already low expectations. It's worse than your already low expectations. Come on.
Well, I've been in this business for some time, and there's things you have to look out for.
Okay.
And it is one of the most fundamental things that conservatives are taught if they get a proper training. As Morton Blackwell said, personnel is policy. And
True.
If you don't have the understanding that you need to hire to your right, you will be dragged to the left. And it started with Susie Wiles, who was his campaign manager. I'm sure she was very competent. Her background is just being a political operative. Jack Kemp staffer. Barnes has talked about her for a bit, but okay, let's wait and see where things go. Now we see where things are going. The most fundamentally dangerous thing that can suck the Trump administration into a black hole is the foreign policy stuff. And as you just showed, Mike Waltz is pro deep state surveillance. That's how he votes. He's a neocon. They're going through motions here now, like Rubio with his,
Rubio's
his
not
audition
appointed yet.
speech.
Rubio's
He's not appointed yet, but my point being, he gave this audition speech. Now Mike Waltz is saying, yeah, okay, well, Ukraine, it's looking bad now, but you look at the voting history as you pulled up, but the statements he's made, the statements he continues to make are, we need to project our power, we need to be tough on China, yada, yada. And they're in a completely different reality from where we actually are in the world right now. Like that whole Reagan peace through strength thing, we had military strength then. The whole world's just seen us throw our military away in Ukraine. And now they're realizing we're not the most powerful military. Russia is. We don't have the industry we used to have.
Let me just pause you for 1 second. Let me pause.
Yeah,
for
go
a
ahead.
second here. All right. First, I want to share, because you mentioned Noam. So I'm pleased to announce this is the last appointment that Trump made today, which was, I'm pleased to announce, Governor and former Congresswoman from South Dakota, Kristi Noem, will be, I think it's Kirsty, not Christy, maybe it is Christy, will be appointed to serve as Secretary of DHS, Department of Homeland Security. Very strong on the border security. She was the first governor to send National Guard soldiers to help Texas fight the Biden border crisis, and they were sent a total of 8 times. She will work closely with border czar Tom Homan. What do you think of Tom Homan?
I like Tom Homan. I like him a lot.
Okay, what do you think?
But, I mean,
what do you think of Noam?
Well, there's three things I think people remember about Kristi Noem. One of them is positive. Two of them are negative. The one positive thing is she didn't shut down her state for the lockdowns. Okay,
right.
that's great. She's
Caught a lot
pro-business.
which shows backbone and pro-business. Because there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure to shut for all the governors to shut down for a little bit, and she didn't shut down for 10 seconds.
Okay, well, the other two things she's known for, one is for completely buckling against protecting girls' sports.
Yes.
Which was a pro-business decision in her mind, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing is shooting her dog, but the thing that people don't know about her is she also welcomed Afghan refugees into her state, tens of thousands of them. So
I didn't know
there is that.
I did not know that I never heard before. I remember the girls' sports thing, which was weird. It was very, very, very weird. It was something that like threw me for a loop. The shooting her dog thing, I think, was I didn't care about it at all. I'm
an element of character that she would think to put that in her book says a lot about her.
Yeah, I think that she's trying to project her strength, that she has the ability to do what needs to be done. So then that she was willing to put down her dog. So I didn't read her book. So in that sense, I didn't look at that one as being bad. The women's sports thing, definitely, that was troublesome. Definitely. I mean, in bending the knee to the woke, I was like, I don't know what the hell's happening here. You're from freaking, no one in the Dakotas should be bending the knee to anything woke. But
there are some good picks here and there are some iffy picks here. But you go back to
let me throw a counter. Let me throw a counter at you though. Let me throw a counter at you. Okay, because ultimately, if we're gonna really start firing off rockets at folks, that's obviously gonna be Trump's decision, which he showed remarkable restraint while having Michael Bolton as his sick puppy next to him in his first term. So my first take was like you with Waltz. I was like, I think this guy's a neocon. I think that he's gonna be a hawk. And he's gonna just try dragging us into Ukraine, and God knows what the hell's gonna happen with this guy. So I had the exact same reaction you did, and someone made a counterpoint, which I actually thought was a sufficiently introspective perspective, different from what I was saying, which was that I reposted it, and the point that they made was, it's good sometimes to have someone who can bark, especially if you're not planning on biting. If his foreign adversaries see that, and that his staff is all yelling at him to rain down Sodom and Gomorrah on Iran or China or Russia or whatever issue arises, and he is able to display that restraint, it's jarring to them to hear that someone in his cabinet is basically pushing him to really go to war, and that could be effective in helping him negotiate policy to our advantage. See what I'm saying?
I think 8 years ago that might have been effective. I think now it's a bad bluff, and I don't think anybody's falling for it. And if you listen to what, like, the Russians, for example, are saying, their attitude is, we're going to continue doing what we're doing, and if you guys want to come to the negotiating table on our terms, okay, we can talk, but we're not going to be bullied or browbeaten or intimidated. Same thing with China. These countries aren't going to be pushed around by the threat of neocons in the White House. Because they know they can't do anything. Trump can't do anything more than what the Biden Secretary of Defense wanted to do. Like, they know we're at our limits, it's all bark.
Well, I think Trump looks at Putin as an economic thing, not. I think V Radio may still be here in the chat. The whole war here is ultimately about energy. That's what this is. This is about the Nord Stream pipeline. That's what this ultimately is about. That's what this is ultimately about. And
tell that to the Russians.
I'll tell you, for the Russians have economic issues beyond that are unimaginable. They have terrible economic issues. They need that pipeline, and that's why I think that Trump. I think the reason he's so confident that he bragged that he would have this thing settled before he even gets into power is because I think he's expecting that he's going to sit down with Zelensky and he's going to sit down with Putin and he's going to basically say, look, you need the money. War is expensive. And there's no reason we shouldn't all get rich here. And even perhaps, hopefully, take a taste, even for America, for brokering a deal between Ukraine and Russia, wherein Russia gets their pipeline and we get a taste, and we'll sign some sort of, basic non-compete with them. And we get some sort of taste there. And they basically leave Zelensky, his country, and perhaps keeps the Russian part of it, because Russians and Ukrainians are not the same, and there are in the Donbass region, and you leave him Crimea and leave him the Donbass region, which is mostly Russian partisan from what I can see, from what we hear, and that he retracts from the rest of it, and he gets the pipeline deal that he wants, and this way everyone's a winner. This way Zelensky is alive. He's probably fat and rich right now from all the money he brought in, and Putin can say that he declared victory, that he has his pipeline and got the Donbass back, repatriated the Donbass for Russia, and America gets a taste. And if you look at it as brokering a deal like that, this is what I anticipate how the Russia-Ukraine war is going to end. And this is what should have happened, frankly, before any of the 600,000 Ukrainians died. And you can't unspill that milk, unfortunately. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy that for Ukraine, that the media decided to give the 2020 election to Trump, and there are hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians who would not be dead now if not for that ridiculous fraud. But that's how, along those lines, I could be wrong, it could be some more bartering, but I think something along those lines is how Trump is envisioning, because he's a businessman, and this is a negotiation, this is a deal that's waiting to happen and should have happened 3 years ago. So,
well, Joe, I mean, putting aside that Zelensky has said we will not negotiate with Russia on any terms other than their capitulation.
He said that 3 years. He said it 3 years ago.
He said that he says this every single week. He says this all the time.
Yeah, okay,
His
fine.
terms
Because
haven't
he had
changed.
Democrats, because he had Democrats who were looking to get themselves rich by basically siphoning money through Ukraine and getting a taste of it back for themselves. But now that he sees they're not in power anymore, he knows he's not going to have the armaments unless America basically decides to keep spending hundreds of billions of dollars every year. And he knows that the party that's in power right now is not okay with that. At least that's what that's the mandate that Trump should have been hearing, and I'm sure likely will convey to Zelensky. So,
as I was saying, putting that point aside, if Trump comes to Russia and says, "Hey, we know you guys want an oil pipeline deal here," they're going to say, "You guys haven't been listening to us. This is about our national security, and that we are not going to tolerate a NATO threat in Ukraine. That's why we invaded, and we're not going to stop until there is absolutely no more threat of Ukraine militarizing against us and being a part of NATO." That's what they're going to say.
Which I'm personally okay with that.
I mean, I am too. But
okay.
The question is,
I'm personally. I don't know
we'll
why.
see.
I don't know why.
We shall,
I don't know why we
you've
still
got
have
Mike
NATO.
Waltz.
Why the hell do we still have NATO? The whole point to NATO was because the Soviet Union was such a big threat. Once they broke apart, I don't know why we kept NATO. What the hell is happening? Who are we defending ourselves from? I guess China.
I completely agree. I completely agree. But when you have somebody like Mike Waltz, who's your national security advisor, who's telling you things that are, completely ridiculous and completely untrue, and oh, don't worry, we'll just threaten China. We're going to go to Russia and say, hey, what can we do to get you guys to break away from China? They're going to say nothing.
That's how.
That's what's going to happen.
That's how you work a business deal with them. That's how you break them away from China.
Putin's already addressed this. He said, absolutely not. Our relationship with China is off the table.
Of course,
they just said that this week.
Of course, he's going to say that. The one thing about Putin, okay, look, I don't want. He's a lunatic and he's self-interested. And I'm telling you right now, he would trade Xi for Trump in a heartbeat, except for the fact that he knows Trump's not going to be there 4 years from now. But he would much prefer to work with Trump than to work with Xi. You think that he likes being second fiddle to Xi, which he is? You think he likes that? I don't think he likes that at all. And he changes his mind all the time. In the middle of the same speech, he'll say two things that conflict with each other completely. The one thing, look, I have a friend who's a Russian who escaped from Russia 30 years ago, and he was trying to explain to me, what Putin is as a creature, as an individual. And he was basically making the point that he's like, this guy literally lies every 10 seconds, makes stuff up, and will change his mind every 10 minutes. And he'll try to justify with some fig leaf recollection as to what history says or something like that. And then he'll change his mind and then say history tells him the exact opposite of what I just told you 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to say that. He's smart. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, Putin. But he's
Well,
he's
don't
a
look
bit
at
of
what
a
he
lunatic.
says. Look at the reality on the battlefield. We've heard for the last 3 years, oh, Russia's going to run out of weapons. Their economy's going to collapse. The Russian people will rise up and knock Putin out. They're winning the war, and Ukraine is losing.
I agree with that.
And we've squandered our reserves, our artillery reserves, our air defense reserves, our missiles that Russia knows how to counter all of them now. They are not afraid of us anymore. They are confident.
Oh, I agree.
And they look at this and go, China, they've got a massive, absolutely massive manufacturing base, and they're going all over the world doing the thing that Ron Paul said we should do, which is just be friends with everybody and engage in lots of commerce.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at China as ascendant and looking at our country as decadent.
Right. And what I'm
And,
saying
and,
is,
and that might change under Trump, but they're going to look at these.
that was my point.
Like, oh, it's more the same.
Is there any president who is more of a history, more primed to work out an economic commerce deal with foreign nations than Donald Trump? Has there ever been one in the history?
I'm sure he'll be great. I'm sure he'll be great at being able to do that. But the question is, what are the quality of these appointments he's making?
Okay, that's
and my point is, okay, I love Vivek, I love Elon. They're in. We have yet to find out what Bobby Kennedy's role will be, if any. We have yet to find out what Tulsi's role will be, if any. Instead, we're getting mediocrities, politicians, people we haven't heard of. And some of them are probably okay, like like the White House counsel, maybe. Although that's a very huge question. Who's going to be advising him on his Supreme Court nominations? More research needed there. But where are these heroes we were expecting? Where are these hairy-chested warriors we were expecting? We got the one guy, the guy for the border czar.
Yeah,
they should all be like him. Instead, we're getting like Christy Nome.
Okay, look, we got Holman, and also, what are your thoughts about what's his name? Hesketh.
I don't know enough about him. My first thought is, as others were, how is he qualified? I mean, he started out, in the military. He then went to work for, your average, ordinary, run-of-the-mill Heritage Foundation type foreign policy outfit. He's been on Fox News for a long time. I don't really know what his inclinations are, and I don't really know what his capabilities are.
I'll share with you all a clip.
Big question
I'll
mark.
share with you all a clip of him talking about Ukraine, about Hegseth.
I saw a good clip, and that's encouraging. But it's only a clip,
right?
But go ahead, play it.
Yeah, but I'll share that, and I want to take other calls also, but yeah, I'll share a clip of which I actually had put aside here of Hegseth talking. Where are you? Is this it? Here it is. Yeah. Okay. He was talking to Jesse Waters. I'll fast forward to where he comes in.
Okay, which certainly.
Oh, I don't know if this is going to work with that when I have someone on Google Voice. Let me hang up on you. But I appreciate your perspective, brother.
All right, man. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm going to do my own thing on this tomorrow too.
All right, cool. Thank you so much.
All right, see you.
Take care every night.
You too, man.
Switch back over. Do that. It's exactly what I was trying to not do. So bad at this. There we go.
Telegraphed to the Kremlin they could do what they wanted with Ukraine, that America would not stand up.
So why are we listening to these people? Joining me now, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, Pete Hegseth. All right, Pete, it's clear the Russia hoax is officially dead. That doesn't fly here now, but they're confused because the media wants war. They like war, especially a war in Europe. They think they can be tough. They're obsessed with NATO. They fantasize and fetishize NATO. But they want to blame this war, which they want, on Trump. I've never seen the media so confused about what to say. Have you?
Yeah, no, I haven't. They want to talk about the war. You're right. They do fetishize it. It's something they want to cover wall to wall because it means they don't have to cover the disaster of the domestic side of Joe Biden's presidency, not to mention Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And when you look ultimately, I'm a simple guy on stuff like this. So you laid it out. In 2014, that was Obama. That was Crimea. Now it's 2022, and now it's Eastern Ukraine, and that's Biden. It was 2018 and 2017 when Donald Trump said, you shouldn't do this whole Nord Stream 2 thing, like not a really good idea that you'd be dependent on Russian oil because Vladimir Putin, like he's going to use that as leverage. And then they go ahead and killed the Keystone XL pipeline and approved the very pipeline that makes Europe more vulnerable. Here's the reality. The Vladimir Putin lives rent-free in the minds of our media, of the American media. No organism, no entity has done more to spread Russian propaganda and to prop up the straw man that is Vladimir Putin than our very own media. And Donald Trump was happy to troll them on it, as he continues to do to this moment, because they can't resist.
They spend 4 minutes talking about Trump, and then 1 minute talking about Putin, and then 4 minutes talking about Trump, and then 1 minute talking about Putin. Less Putin over the last year or so. Now it's like 9 minutes Trump, 1 minute Putin.
It, and they'll obsess over it. But when they know at the end of the day, when you look at the facts, remember CNN like to talk about an apple as an apple. Right. If you look at the facts, the reality is, under the weakness of Obama and Biden, Vladimir Putin took advantage, and he saw a peer in Donald Trump who is unpredictable and willing to defend American interests, and he backed away from that.
All right. We're not blaming the American presidents for Putin doing what he does. Putin does what he does, but it's stupid to blame Donald Trump when he's the only president to not oversee
default setting
a Russian invasion of another country there. All right, Pistol Pete, thanks as always.
So you see that he basically seems to have an appreciation that Putin is a danger, but not nearly the danger that everyone makes him out to be, which personally is exactly where I'm sitting with on him. He's clearly very intelligent. The guy went to Harvard and Princeton, and he's a decorated soldier who seems pretty based. So while it's an unconventional pick, and it definitely is, and it's one that the left is going to mock Pete Hegseth, they're going to be mocking that and saying, "Oh, you got some candy commentator to as to Secretary of Defense." That sounds insane. This is a pick which could blow up in his face, or it could be something that works out really well for him. It could be something that works out that he ends up looking really good for him. That he ends up, he ends up getting the last laugh here. Frankly, I'll point this out to you. A lot of you, would be really excited if he made me, the head of the DOJ or put me on the Supreme Court. I've heard a lot of people say, put me on, we need Joe on the Supreme Court. My resume is far less capable for the Supreme Court than his is to be Secretary of Defense. So sometimes you see someone, if you watch them enough, you can say, you know what, this person has the right composition, the right mindset, and the right and the right perspectives and the right intelligence for this, and the right drive for this job. And I don't care about the resume. The resume is kind of meaningless to me. And frankly, the resume that he actually has fought in wars, I like that better than some armchair quarterback. So in that sense, I'm hopeful that Pete Hegseth could be a great pick. I don't know. No one knows. But I'm hopeful. It's a risky pick. It's definitely a risky pick. You can't deny it. Love Trump or hate Trump. No matter how much you love Trump, you have to recognize it's a risky pick, because if he ends up doing terribly, everyone's going to be like, this is what happens when you bring in somebody with no government experience whatsoever from Fox News to be your Secretary of Defense. I mean, it sounds when you phrase it like that almost crazy. But from what I've seen of Pete, I like him. That's my take on it. I skipped one, which I didn't mean to skip actually, but I skipped one, which was his announcement about Elon and Vivek. After I go through this, I got a clip I want to share with you. I'm pleased to announce the great Elon Musk, working in conjunction with American patriot Vivek Ramaswamy, will lead the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Together, these two wonderful Americans will pave the way for my administration to dismantle government bureaucracy, slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies essential to the Save America movement. This will send shockwaves to the system and anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people, stated Mr. Musk. It will become potentially the Manhattan Project of our time. Republican politicians have dreamed about the objectives of DOGE for a very long time. To drive this kind of drastic change, the Department of Government Efficiency will provide advice and guidance from outside of government and will partner with the White House and Office of Management and Budget to drive large-scale structural reform. This sounds amazing. And create an entrepreneurial approach to government never seen before. I look forward to Elon and Vivek making changes to the federal bureaucracy with an eye on efficiency and, at the same time, making life better for all Americans. Importantly, we will drive out the massive waste and fraud which exists throughout our annual $6.5 trillion of government spending. They will work together to liberate our economy and make the U.S. government accountable to we the people. Their work will conclude no later than July 4th, 2026. So they're going to do this over the next year and a half. That's it. A smaller government with more efficiency and less bureaucracy will be the perfect gift to America on the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. I'm confident they will succeed. Here's why. You all know Elon. Most of you know a lot about Vivek. This is a clip of what I saw of Vivek where I started really liking Vivek, which is right on topic to this particular issue as far as cleaning up waste. This was when he was still running for president. His conversation where he's talking about the FDA and issues with the FDA. Excuse me. So with that, let's check out Vivek.
You have a campaign manager, and then you have a general consultant to the campaign. And it's just like a lot of unnecessary managerial layers and overhead for nothing. I said, I don't want that structure. I'm going to put a CEO in charge of the campaign. So I have a campaign CEO. I don't have a general consultant and a campaign manager. I have a CEO of the campaign. We're running this like a company. And so that's, some of the mentality we brought to it. I'm an in-person culture. People aren't working remotely. And I always put working remotely in air quotes because that's what it often ends up being. They're in this office, right? We have a podcast studio built in our office. In-person culture, in-person first culture for just like I'd run a company, just like I'm running this campaign. So I think that's a little bit different. I don't really take a lot of BS. The World Economic
And that's what he's basically trying to do to the government.
Forum wants to mess around, I'll sue him, right? So that's the mentality we're going to need, where I say I'm going to go into the federal government, take a look at the Department of Education, which is a toxic government agency that spends $83 billion a year foisting radical race and gender ideologies on the local schools when the federal government should have nothing to do with it. I'm not just going to reform it by putting a figurehead like Betsy DeVos on top. And, I give Trump and Betsy DeVos credit. I like Trump. I like Betsy DeVos. But that's not going to fix the Department of Education because we still have a toxic Department of Education. Yeah. What I've said is I'm going to get in there. I'll shut the thing down because it shouldn't have existed in the first place. And guess what? I actually have a strong view of my constitutional authority to do it. And you want to talk about how to use the money? 25% of it would put 3 armed security guards in every single school across this country. That's how you actually protect kids, not by taking away guns from law-abiding citizens. Oh, and by the way, while we're at it, if you actually want to just either give the money back to the people for the remainder or fund school choice programs, which supposedly are underfunded, which is the number one argument against them. I mean, this is just a way of thinking. That
take down the Department of Education, give every school 3 armed security guards, and use another and that for 25 use 25% of that budget for that, and then use the other and then use another portion to enable school choice. I mean, how can you not love this? How can anyone not love this instead of basically the useless Department of Education, which before we had Department of Education, we went through the numbers yesterday, before we had that beast, we were number 1 in the world in education. And now we're like 12th, 13th, 16th. It's like, it's not work. And in addition to the DEI crap.
You're not going to get from a professional politician. I mean, I think that there's a lot of career politicians who are contemplating entering this race. I can name them. It doesn't even matter who they are. They're all, more or less cut from similar cloths. Well-intentioned people, but not going to be able to go to the, dare I say, extreme steps that I plan to take, but I don't think they're that extreme at all. I think they're just the embodiment of the radical American principles that set our entire country into motion in the first place anyway. And so, that's part of why I'm in this race. And, not only in this race, but why we intend to govern for 8 years in a way that revives our national soul. Same way I've actually built my career by the age of 37. Look, I've founded multi-billion-dollar companies, taken on big bureaucracies, speak truth to power. I've been doing that for most of my career. It's led me to live the full arc of the American dream. I'm the first millennial candidate ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican, as I said earlier. And, I don't intend to do things differently.
Anyway, it's the next segment that he starts talking about the FDA. We don't need to get into that. I think there's enough there that you can start to see that you're looking for someone who's going to be trimming waste. He seems to be the ideal candidate. I don't know how much time Elon's going to have to invest into his role in Doge. Who knows? But I think that's a phenomenal pairing. Phenomenal pairing for this particular role. So hopefully they'll have a great deal of success and slash the budget by 50%. That'd be amazing. Harvard Prince does not mean that you're educated in today's world. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. I'm way behind here. So we made the goal, but blue is still a better goal than yellow. Yay, we made the goal. All right, we made the goal. I actually confirmed that. I confirmed that. So how do I decide? Which five? Decide. I didn't plan ahead. I didn't plan ahead. How do I find them also? Gotta think of that. I'll think of it before we finish. Before I close out, I'm going to think of that. I'll figure that out. We could use a few more GOAT offerings to help Trump be successful, perhaps. Google Voice Adam needs to be on video. No, I think I didn't want to make it into like an hour-long thing, and it would be if I had him on video. Alex Jones, Secretary of State, is funny. Hate to break it to you, Joe. We've had next-gen strength for the last 30 years. If you're not willing to use it, then they'll know you're a pussy to use it, and you look weak. Example, Biden, Obama. Here's the thing, Sun Wukong. He did use it. He just didn't start a war with it. He did use it, and he got Baghdadi and Soleimani. He did use it. It was just very precise. And also, that story, which everyone knows with, I've shared here a couple of times of him threatening that he's, the head of the Taliban, that he's going to bomb his house if a single American dies. That's exactly peace through strength. Thousands of Afghans helped the U.S. We made a promise to them. Okay. Therefore, what? Are you saying that they ended up in North Dakota? Considering our whichever government in Michigan, Nome is positive more than negative. Well, that's a very low bar, though. Why is Trump risking the House majority with some of these picks? If we lose the House, it's instant impeachment. Stefanik is strong in the House. He's not risking the House. He's not going to risk the House. He's not stupid. He's not going to risk the House. These are who he's saying he's going. They have to go through a confirmation process. If he sees that he's losing the House, he's not going to take away the majority there. No, accepted 450 Afghan refugees over a 3-year period. No more than that. Most of them have left the state. That doesn't sound too bad. USA ready to destroy that pipeline. They can always rebuild it. Sorry, Joe, but you misunderstood NATO. Russia and Ukraine, as well as our reserves. It's too loud for me to type because I'm too poor. If in the near future there's a call, and I'll also try to send it over X. Love you, Joe. Okay. NATO's purpose was pretty express. That was to beat stand together against the Soviet Union. Which watch Pete on Sean Ryan. It's over 4 hours. He's great. I saw a clip of it. Harvard and Princeton not making you educated in today's world. Okay, if you're a white guy and if you're a white man and you got into Harvard and Princeton, It means you know how to take tests well, at the very least. I just DM'd you on Twitter. It's X. Out of deference to Elon, I decided henceforward I'm referring to it as X and not even formerly known as Twitter. Like, this guy arguably helped bring Trump back to the White House. Inarguably helped, and arguably was the difference. So he wants to call it X. I'm going to give it to him. Your phone guy should listen to it. It'll calm all his fears. He didn't seem that bothered. He's like, I don't know much about Hexet. Isn't unconventional what we've been screaming for? Yeah, it's true. We have been. Will Trump place Admiral Rachel Levine? Good chance. Risky pick, but we could benefit from an outside not sucking the tea in the military industrial complex. Yep. Elon Musk had a department of afuera. Captain Pete Hegseth of Army National Guard, 3rd Battalion, 187th Infantry, 101st Airborne, recipient of the Army Commendation Medal, is qualified. 1 tour in Guantanamo Bay Naval Base and 1 in Iraq. Yeah. Makes him a lot more qualified than Tim Walz. Honey, be care. Putin says no deal. Trump is going to crush him and concentrate on China. We're sending old equipment and weapons to Ukraine, updating stores with new, more lethal armaments. Don't parrot Obama and say Russia is no danger. I think that they don't need to be a danger. I don't understand why it is. You can work in business with people without necessarily liking them. And at least if we got in business with them, rather than China, we're not encouraging slave labor. So we can work in business with them. We don't need to spend eternity of America versus Russia. We just don't. If every science fiction movie futuristic science fiction movie I've ever seen is correct, at some point America and Russia learn to work together. Just ask Chekhov. At some point, we learn to work with each other. I'm not saying he's a good person. I'm not saying he's a nice person. He's probably kind of a maniac. Sometimes you can work things out. You can work things out even with someone who's a maniac. If you know their particular foibles, you know their weak spots, and you know what they need, and you know how to massage them the right way, it can be done. They don't have to be our enemy forever. They don't. So, Stalin was a bigger lunatic than Putin. We never went to war with Stalin. Quite the contrary, we actually considered him at some point an ally. And he's a much bigger lunatic than Putin. When it's beneficial, you work with folks. There's no reason not to. The only departments authorized for the feds and the Constitution are states. So again, I'm not saying that he's not a crazy person. He is a crazy person. He's probably psychopathic. That doesn't mean you can't work with him, though. Especially if you understand his psychopathy. The only departments authorized for the feds and the Constitution are State, Defense, Treasury, Commerce, Post Office, Justice. Anyone think of anything else? Don't start testing us on the Constitution. Tagging a bit of Pete at Kagan's confirmation. You tagged me at Kagan's confirmation. Let me see what I have here. Mm-hmm. I'm scrolling through here. Let me just find your shadow. Let me see who got me in here. All right. I need to figure out how I'm going to do this whole 5 people thing. It's still sending. It's still sending. God. You're killing me, woman. You're killing me. Let me check on the ghetto. I'm good there. Fine. I'm opening up the phone lines in case you want. If you want to call in here and bitch at me about his appointments, feel free to call in. I don't want, but I want you to be like basically calling in to bitch about his appointments. I want to basically talk people off a ledge. Those of you who are on a ledge. Number is 972-454-0703. That's 972-454-0703. Let me put a banner up on that. Do I have a phone number in the back? I do. It says it's around that time you should hit the like and subscribe buttons. It is around that time. P.S. The calling number is 972-454-0703. It is around that time you should hit that like and subscribe buttons. Don't make me peek. Don't make me peek and be disappointed because that's going to make me sad. Meanwhile, I need to figure out how I also, if you have a suggestion as to how I should pick 5 folks. How I should pick 5 folks.
Call from.
Hello.
Hey, Joe. Long-time fan, first-time caller.
Yeah, I didn't catch your name. What's your name?
Shelly.
Shelly. How you doing?
I'm good.
Shelly. First things first. How do I pick 5 out of the 5 folks to follow on X? Like, how do I pick them out?
I would go to search.
First, I gotta pick out like people from the audience. So first, I gotta figure out, and then I gotta find out how I get their names. So
Wow, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Well, you could start with LawTube. That'd be something all of us would have in common.
Okay, but I'm saying is how do I first? Okay, I got 15. I trying to figure out like who I should be following here. Okay, that I'm not currently already following. Coolest screen name. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hang. I'm gonna give you your time. I know I'm using up your time. I'll let you reclaim your time. Okay, so your time.
I have all the time in the world.
I'll let you reclaim your time.
Pick 5 out of 15. Is that what you're trying to do?
Pretty much, I guess.
Why not follow all 15?
See, that's the socialist answer right there. No.
Oh no, no.
No.
That's not funny.
No, that's not the way we do this. No.
You caught me off guard with that response.
I'm sorry. I'm just being real with you. So, yeah. How do I pick 5 out of 15?
Maybe go to see who they're fought. That's a tough one. You have to do a investigation on everybody. I guess like folks who like spend 20, I guess is like a good way to go, right? Do I follow Pam? Pay to play. There you go.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to go. That's not a bad way to go.
That's the opposite of socialism, right?
It is. That's meritocracy right there. Let me see if I can find Pam Ronnie. I think I might be following her already. Pam Ronnie. I think I am following her already. Some of y'all I'm already following. Let me see. I'm pretty sure.
Well, but at the same token, votes are free, so are we buying votes now? I mean, that's an election.
I'm feeling that's the only problem with it. It seems more like I'm selling. I feel like I'm selling myself here. But
yeah, you are actually.
Shut up. No one asked. Yeah, for some reason now my X messages aren't loading because that's what it likes to do to me. Sometimes.
You can look up their voter registration record.
That's a thought. All right.
Pam, I know. I can't see my DMs. I don't know if you're there, Pam. Pam, are you there? Pam, if you're there, just give me your thing. You're one of the 5. If I follow you already, then just give me your screen name on X.
Well, here's a suggestion. I think you should follow everyone, because in that way it'll be in their notifications, and then they'll all follow you.
Yeah, okay. That's not how it works. This is not. All right. So I maybe the next call. You know what this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to basically say whoever gets through gives me like a name from someone in the chat. But it's got to be someone who's like super chatter. So I'll just throw out names and they can just like pick one that sounds right to them. Okay? That's the way we'll do it. Starting from the next caller, because you already got through. So what's on your mind, Shelley?
Well, actually, I was just calling. You said calling about Trump's appointments.
Yes.
I live in Cincinnati. So here's what gets, number one, J.D. Vance, he lives here, okay? Like literally around the corner from me. Never knew. Vivek went to the Catholic schools here. He graduated from here. Worked at the hospital I gave birth at. And I've been highly involved in the political groups, the neighborhood groups, the mom groups, school groups, all of that.
If this is your way, if you're setting me up right now to tell me that you can get me tickets to the inauguration, I will start following you on X.
No. But here, just hear me out here, because this is where like I'm so torn on the whole Vivek thing, because nobody knows him. Okay, if I were to run for a position tomorrow, either in the county commissioners or city council or the school board or this, that, or the other, I've been so involved for so many years with the local newspaper and blah, blah, blah. People would know me. Literally nobody knows Vivek. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against him. I'm not saying anything either way. I just find it very interesting, having been involved over a decade now, that nobody knows him. Like literally no friends, no classmates, no coworkers, like nobody knows him. And that's just all. I'm not saying, either way on this. I'm a big fan of J.D. Vance. I just find it very strange. Like, wouldn't you find that kind of strange? Because in Cincinnati, we were like the only blue dot in Ohio, right, for the elections. We have so much corruption. We've got the Laughlin immigrants. We've got, the bridge just was on fire. I mean, there's so much going on here. We've got an Indian mayor, Vivek is Indian, JD's wife is Indian. I just find it very odd and strange that this man, I'm a nurse too, nobody knows him. Isn't that kind of strange?
A lot of people have very mixed feelings about Vivek because he seems to have come out of nowhere. I understand that. In this current role as cutting the fat from government, he seems like he's not in a position to actually be secretly woke. You know what I'm saying? That he's
not right. So would that be because he's so on the radar that he kind of
no? What do you think he's going to do in this capacity, which is going to be against our America First interests?
I don't. I think actually to play to his ego, that he would basically thrive in any position he was in, right? Whether he was the enemy or a friend, he would thrive in any position because he's just kind of like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Because I find him, I need to look up his birthday and stuff. I don't know. But
I will tell you this. Some people cite about how the WEF had him listed on their thing. He apparently was suing them to get off of that, saying that like they just put my name on there. I didn't approve that. I got nothing to do with that.
On what? Put his name on what?
On the WEF, the World Economic Forum site that he was on there. And that's actually what he was that's what he was actually talking about, how he's like filing a lawsuit to because they just basically threw him on there. Like you have to sort of worry like sometimes that your adversaries are playing you. Like if the WEF put Donald Trump on their list as being a member of the WEF, would we all of a sudden, the World Economic Forum, would we all of a sudden start distrusting him? Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, is there sort of have to like, but the difference is he's a known quantity and Vivek is not. And that's why I like the fact that, look, let's face reality right now. He's at least 8 years away from asking you to vote for him for president. And I say that.
Real quick, Joe. So here's the thing. So in Cincinnati, right? Like, so in our big political page, there's like 20,000 people in there, at least. There was who was the governor, right? DeWine.
Are you near Bethesda, by the way?
Am I what?
Near Bethesda?
No, I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio, where Vivek went to high school and J.D. Vance lives.
Because someone just sent me a super chat saying just seen a video of Vivek speaking his high school graduation from St. Xavier.
Yes, he went to St. X, which is a Catholic high school, which is the Franciscan, the archdiocese.
And he spoke about working in a hospital, Bethesda or something. Maybe
he worked at Bethesda North Hospital, which is where I gave birth to my son. I'm a nurse. So I'm a nurse. That's where he worked in the labor and delivery ward, apparently. And he went to Catholic high school, which in Cincinnati is where the big, with the priests and the molestation, blah, 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 blah. That's a whole other thing. So we were all talking in the group about how DeWine he's got to appoint somebody for JD's seat in the House.
Yeah, but Vivek has supposedly said he's not taking it.
He's not, but he just said that today. So I did get in there on the page and I said, today I'm saying DeWine's going to appoint him.
Right.
So then we're talking about they're going to pick Marjorie O'Connell and all that. We've got Dieters who's been there for 20 years. It's just a mess in Cincinnati. But here's the thing. I think Vivek, now I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I'm not, because you got to play to people's ego, and Vivek just wants to be famous and important, and we'll play that. We'll take it. So here's my theory. He dropped out of being appointed to that seat to prevent not being picked, right? Because he's one of the top picks. This isn't negative against him at all. I just find it very strange to where I'm a nobody. I could be picked. I could run for something.
If his objective is to become president, it's weird to me that he wouldn't take a senatorial position.
See, exactly. There's all these weird things. And
I would think that's far more prestigious than sharing the Doge.
Well, and then you've got where he's got all these medical experiences. His mom, during COVID, he was all for the lockdowns. He was all about DeWine. DeWine is a rhino. DeWine has schools in Haiti. We've got Title IV here. We've got Laughlin is Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati. I mean, it's just, the money is just bleeding out of here, bleeding. And he never mentions any of it. So between the COVID and he was all for the lockdowns and all about DeWine, it's kind of like, you understand where I'm coming from, Joe, right? Like, you got to play people's ego. If he will do the right thing in the position because he's so desperate, we'll take it. But just for conversational sake, can you see where I'm coming from?
I do. I understand why people are nervous about him. I think we have a long time.
It's not people.
I think we have years to get to know him, don't we? I mean, we have at least 4 years. And let's put it this way.
I'm 44.
Shell. This is my point. Okay, we got 4 years of watching him now. J.D. Vance is likely going to be the candidate for the GOP in 2028. If J.D. Vance loses, assuming that's true, and he loses, Vivek would likely be running for the office in 32. That's going to be 8 years away from when he's going to be asking you to vote for him. During that time, we'll have plenty of opportunity to see what he's about, right?
Well, I think he's notable. That's what I think.
Right. Exactly.
He's more notable than, let's say, Trump is notable. I'm not notable. I'm 44. I'm headstrong in my stance. I have my missions. I have my shtick. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the fact that I think wealthy people are far less likely to be moldable because they can't be entranced by money, you would think?
Makes him interesting, yes. But he's more driven by ego, even more so than Trump in a way. Because also, you got to remember, he also did when he was running for president, he was doing the podcast way before the podcasts were popular. Mm-hmm. But he was not popular in the mainstream, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he had that going for him. But this has been going on for, as soon as he started running for president, only because of the circles I run in, it's always been confusing to me, where do I stand on him? Because literally nobody knows him.
Shell?
There's no way you can grow
All
up
I can say is this. On that, you have 8 years. It's not really related to his appointment. On that, we have 8 years to see what he's about, right?
Well, true, but when you've got we have an Indian mayor.
I got to start moving to the next call because I got to take a whole bunch of calls. So let's wrap. Let's try to land our plan on Vivek here.
That's fine. I say we'll see. I agree with you on that.
Okay, cool. Okay. Thank you, Shel. Appreciate the call. You're awesome. The likes are way down, as someone mentioned. Don't make me do it. Okay. Like, so the likes aren't there. I gotta shut down chat, and people get mad, and so and then I start punching. I get black eyes, and it starts swelling up, and then there's the yelling and the screaming, and there's the fire and raining down from the skies. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be just. Let's remedy it. Okay, let's remedy it. With the yelling and the screaming. In my brain, I keep hearing, I don't know why, I've been hearing that scientist from Dr. Frink from The Simpsons. I want to share with you the left melting down here. Check this out. Talk about Pete Hegseth. Oh.
Call from
Mike S.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Mike.
Hello?
Mike.
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
This is what I need you to do. Okay. This is what I need you to do. But before you get there, before you go anywhere. Okay. No, it's not Big Mike. So I need you to pick a name for me. Okay? Pick a name. I'm just start reading names. You just say that's the name. Okay? I'm gonna start reading off names and you just tell me that's the name. You ready?
Okay.
All right. Hold on a second. Let me
I will say, as a system to do, you could, if you wanted it to be a meritocracy, you just go, what are the 5 best super chats I like? And just use that as the 5 followers.
That's pretty good.
5 people are going to follow.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll do that the next one. I said I'm going to do it this way, but so I'll do that the next one. I'm going to force you to pick a name. You ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Let's start working through. Ed 2276. Allegan News. I think I'm following him already. Allegan News. Matt Skinner.
Matt Skinner.
There you
gotta
go.
Give it to him for the 20 gifts. I mean,
yeah.
come on.
Yeah, I like that. I like that call a lot. Matt, are you out there, Matt? Matt, give me your name. I'm going to follow you, Matt. I'm going to follow you. Matt Skinner. That's true. All right, that made it easy. All right. What's on your mind?
So I wanted to be both the person on the ledge and the person to talk people off the ledge on Rubio. So I deeply dislike the idea of appointing him for being Secretary of State. Like, that to me just sounds like a complete backhand to the MAGA movement. But in fairness, I think there's some things people should keep in mind. One is Trump never has been necessarily the perfect candidate. And what I mean by that is he's not an ideologue. He doesn't like, hey, I'm super stuck on these ideas like people, like the caller was saying earlier. Like, he's very moldable. He's willing to give people an inch here or there that maybe he shouldn't, because he's a little more open than a lot of people would like him to be, right? Also, just because he wants to appoint these people doesn't actually mean any of these people will get appointed too. I think it's another thing to keep in mind. So say he did pick somebody for Secretary of State that everybody, loved. Well, if the Senate doesn't want to mess around with any of that and does some backdoor shadiness, not going to be great. And then Trump in the first term has shown that he tends to go with his gut over his advisors. Time and time again, he will tend to go with his gut over the advisor. And so I think that kind of gives some pause for the Rubio BS of like, hey, maybe it's not going to be as bad, but just that's a couple of things, and I don't know. The other bright side is if he does have Rubio, and then DeSantis can appoint a new, better senator, and then guess what? Trump can just fire him the second he steps out of line,
That's
and then
what someone
Rubio's gone
mentioned out
forever.
there. That's what someone mentioned out there. That's actually going to qualify as one of my favorite. Who came up with that? Someone came up with
important thing to note.
I said I'm going to steal
important,
it. Oh, that was Matt
important
Skinner.
to note, though.
that was what Matt suggested, actually.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, simpatico there. I will say one thing to note.
He's not going to do that though, because he liked Rubio, because Rubio's been very loyal to him.
I will say one thing to note, though. Keep this in mind. Replacement Congress individuals, there has to be a special election before they're replaced. The senators can be replaced by the governor almost immediately. So in some ways, it's better if it's Rubio, because that way you can delete him immediately. Whereas the Congress people, you just lose a seat if you end up firing them right away. So there's one slight advantage to that.
One more
since
time.
Rubio's
Say that one more time. If you're
Senator
appointed, the senator gets appointed by the governor, right? Gets replaced by the governor.
Right. For Congress, they have to run the election. There is no appointment process.
Right.
You just have to win the race. So that's the difference, is that, say, for example, Stefanik, right? There will be no Stefanik replacement until a new election is run. Whereas the second Rubio is confirmed, you have a new Florida senator who is appointed by DeSantis, and then Trump could fire Rubio the next day if he didn't like him.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah, and the special election, I guess a lot of it depends on how red the district is that the person's coming out of. Like Elise Stefanik, she's in upstate New York. It's fairly red. I think you can probably get someone up there who's going to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, as opposed to someone who's in a purpler district, you're sort of more, you sort of have a bigger problem. Here's the question I have. So if you're a Republican senator and your governor is a Democrat, won't they replace you with the Democrat in theory?
Very easily can.
Yeah.
So this is why, but also to remember, not all states function that way. I believe it's true in a good chunk of states, but there are a few that have we'll still run a special election. So there is some of that shenanigans that goes on. And to point out the Vivek comments from just the last caller, I think the reason Vivek is doing this Doge thing is so he can run for president. Because guess what's going to be really easy for him? He's going to be the only guy to say, my job was to reduce government. There's nothing greater to the conservative movement than me reducing government. And so he can choose his spot just from getting that. And if he's only there for 2 years, he could, I believe, run in the special election for Vance's seat after the appointment from DeWine. So he can still be the senator if he wants to, and do what his biggest goal he's talked about in his presidency campaign is, which is reduce the size of the government. So wouldn't shock me if that's what he did. That's just kind of what it feels like, is that he's trying to position himself to be, I'm the libertarian conservative, rather than necessarily being some of the more traditional conservatives or kind of the new MAGA conservatives. I think he's trying to find like a more libertarian lean. He was at the Libertarian.
What was your name again?
Mike.
Mike. I should have remembered that one. That was a very insightful point. That was a very insightful point. You're right. It does give him a unique perspective, a unique position, as it's not simply just a government position. It's a newly created government position, which is almost like becomes like the Vivek position, where he's the guy who's he and Elon Musk, the most famous person on the planet, pretty much, not Trump, are, the two of them. It gives him a certain level of recognition. It gives him a certain status that this job was basically created for him to do. And it does help cement him as someone who fights government waste, which is what a large part of his campaign was about. And that is something that's very consistent with MAGA values. And that's a really, really insightful point. That's a really insightful point. That's a great point. I like it a lot. I think that
you're doing a really good job of looking into his brain. Like, why would he take this over being a senator or potentially being a senator? It's a really, it's a really insightful point.
He can always take it, down the road when that new election comes up. He has that opportunity. And I think those are big things for him. And I think that's the biggest thing you see from the Trump group is many of them understand there's really only a 2-year window with this. The odds of you being able to contain Congress after the midterms is highly unlikely.
Yeah.
So what's the best idea? Okay, cram as much people as you can in that 2-year window as possible. And that's why I think there's some give and take with some of these appointments where I kind of hate half of them and I kind of love half of them. Is like, so many of them are there just to be look, this person has this lane, like with Robert F. Kennedy, right? You have your spot, you do this. So even if this person is a neocon, if their job and role is specific to one task.
Right. No, I've said that, Mike. I made that point. Like, I don't need to like every position that Robert Kennedy has. I agree with him on the health thing. So if you're going to put him in the health thing, I don't have to worry about him taking away our guns. Then that's fine. Let him do the health thing. Thank you, brother. This was a phenomenal call. You were great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it, Joe. Love
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Okay. Matt, I need that name on X from you. There's a lot. I'm sure there's more than one Matt Skinner out there on X. Are you on X? If not, I need to replace you with someone else. I'm going to give you until I'm going to give you another 20 minutes to get back to me on that. Otherwise, I gotta give you a spot to someone else.
Call from
Jimmy Hunt.
Jimmy.
Hi, Joe.
How are you?
Oh, I still have a swagger when I walk. Ever since last Tuesday.
Yes. I see you, Matt. I see you, Matt. Hold on a second. I gotta follow Matt. Give me a second.
Sure.
Search for Matt Skinner. 43320. Search. Okay, that's not right. I don't think the capital letters are going to change it very much. Well, that's not good. No. Nope. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that. All right, Matt, maybe you got something wrong there. Maybe you spelled something wrong. I'm still watching. All right, so how do you feel about the appointments, Kimmy?
Some I like, some I'm a little frustrated about, and
Which one don't you like?
I don't like Christina. I don't like that one.
Yeah, you can send me a DM, Matt, and just say, "Hey, it's Matt." I'm gonna get like 14 DMs to say, "Hey, it's Matt." I did the search without the ampersand, Shiloh. Search both ways. Yeah. So why don't you like Christina?
She reminds me of a Black Widow spider. Somehow, that's my gut, and I don't know why. It's just my gut. It's like she has this veneer about her that she presents one way, and underneath, I think she's another way. It's a female gut thing.
Look at that. Hold on a second. Right, I got this. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Janelle. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes we get like sort of a vibe about different people, and I sort of think I know what you're saying on that. That there's sort of like a very politician-y feel about her, which is consistent with neocons.
It's plastic.
Yes.
It's a plastic something about her that I can't seem to shake off. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but Tucker's been saying your dogs know the bad guys when they walk up to the door, and they have that gut instinct, and we have that gut instinct too. And
Adam's saying it's off dog murderer vibes. I'm a dog lover also. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm a dog lover also. I don't know the story with that dog. I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know. But you take it to the vet and have the vet put it down. You don't just shoot it in the head. I'm sorry. You just don't do that. Anyway. No. As far as Steve Witkoff goes, the envoy or whatever to the Middle East, he's Trump's best friend. He was on the golf course with Trump during the second attempt at his side. And so that's who that guy is. I know Bill McGinley is on with Steve Bannon a lot through the past 3 or 4 years.
What are your thoughts on him?
He's very smart. He's very MAGA. So I think he'll be, and he seems to be very sound, constitutionally. So I think he'll be okay. Ratcliffe, from what I'm reading from posts on the internet, the CIA was his second choice. He wanted the head of the FBI. He wanted Chris Wray's job. And there's rumors flying about that the head of the FBI is being set aside and saved for Kash Patel.
Oh, well, that'd be amazing. I would love to see him be the head of the FBI. That would make that. I would have voted Trump just for that alone.
Yeah, I think he's and see, the thing about Chris Wray's job is he can't announce that before he goes in and fires Chris Wray. Because Chris Wray's job is not up for grabs, supposedly, air quotes.
Yeah.
So you don't want to tip Chris Wray off before he actually is sworn in. And then he can fire him and put Kash Patel in. As far as Elise Stefanik, she does have to be confirmed by the Senate. The UN ambassador is confirmed by the Senate. So, and she will have to give up her seat in the House. I was researching that because you had questions about that last night, and I was like, I'm going to check that out. Tulsi, I think Tulsi should be the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. I think she'd be fantastic in that role. And I'd really like to see Rick Grenell as Secretary of State, not Rubio.
All right.
And as far as the vet goes, I'm really, really upset.
Wait, who did you want for Secretary of State? I'm sorry, I was on out for a second while I was remedying something. I was adding a second person here. I couldn't believe someone pointed out that I didn't have the Queen of Recruitment up there as a follow, which I really should have had her. I should have been following her for a long time.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was a really good call. So I'm glad I remedied that. So
yeah, definitely have Bella Stella up there.
Yeah.
Rick Grenell.
Rick Grenell is really good. That's not a bad call at all.
He's already been an ambassador, and he was the assistant to the.
He was fighting in Arizona in 2020. He was fighting really hard. I like Rick Grenell a lot. Yeah, I think Rick Grenell could be great. I think he can be really good.
Yeah. And
I'm very torn about Tulsi for the role of Secretary of State. I think that she deserves a role in this administration.
No.
I'm very.
She needs to be.
She's too pacifist.
She needs to be Secretary of Veterans Affairs.
Oh, I like that.
Veterans, yeah,
I like
Veterans
that.
Affairs, 'cause,
I like that.
mean, she would go in there and clean up a crap load of. She's always talking about her brothers and sisters in arms,
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah, I like that a lot.
she would clean up a lot of the
VA, she would clean up
homelessness of the veterans.
Yeah. She could clean up the VA. She would be great at that.
She would be fantastic as that. I don't consider her, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm sexist or misogynistic, but I really don't like a woman. I wouldn't want a woman. Pete Hegseth, by the way, is great. Did you know that he sent Harvard back his diploma?
Yeah, someone mentioned that, which is pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, over all this woke stuff. He wrote across his Harvard diploma, return to sender, and crossed out Harvard and put critical theory university.
Theory? That's funny. That's
yeah.
really funny.
So I mean, so he's very, very MAGA. I think he'll be good. My problem is this is as an Ohioan, and I was listening to Shelley. She needs to calm down just a little bit about Vivek. Governor DeWine wants to put in a Kasich Republican. He might even name Kasich, God forbid, as a senator, but he's looking at somebody named Jane Timken. Jane Timken ran in the primary against J.D. Vance, and she came in, I think, 4th place. Senator Portman endorsed her, and if you know anything about Rob Portman, he was a really awful senator.
I don't know.
He was so never Trump. He's so never Trump. It's
I really love
Anyway,
the
he's-
idea of bringing in a never Trumper and having them lose their job and then just firing them. I so love that.
But that's
idea.
not it. I mean, I'm talking about DeWine might appoint Jane Timken, and
Yeah.
if he does, then we're just going to have a never Trumper in there. It's going to be bad. So I was really hoping Vivek would take that, but I also heard Vivek say a couple of weeks ago that he doesn't want to be one of 100 people in there if he can make more of an impact.
Well, that's what he's going to
by
say. He's not going to
toning
express.
down the
He's not going to
government.
express his political aspirations, and I think that Mike has it correct. To be the first one in that role,
Yeah.
and with Elon is actually just
But realize that department, as they're calling it, Department of Government Efficiency,
yeah.
it's going to be outside of the government. It is not a government
I
appointment.
know he said that.
And so,
He said that.
yeah. So it's
Which
not
means in
actually an actual
theory
department.
he could take the senatorial role, but he said he's not going to take it. So
Right.
all right,
And that-
Kimmy, I gotta
anyway,
get some
that's
other
what I
calls
said.
here. You were awesome as always. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a great night,
Okay,
my friend.
bye-bye.
Bye bye. We're having fun here tonight. Some really great calls. Really, really great calls. Let me get to a couple of I'm going to open the phone line again in a minute. It's still keeping it closed for a minute. I wanted to share some thoughts from the left, losing their mind, like, well, what little mind he had to lose.
Must have been hacked. And then I saw this. Must have been hacked. And then I saw this. An official statement from Donald Trump saying, I am honored to announce that I have nominated Pete Hegseth to serve in my cabinet as the Secretary of Defense. What? At first, some of these folks, these nominations, I said, okay, or appointments. All right, they're a little extreme, but there were some normal people in there, kind of normal, like Marco Rubio or Mike Waltz, a couple of,
The two people who everyone calling in hates, those are the ones he considers normal.
just regular old Republicans
Loser.
in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Pete Hegseth, the morning weekend host
Yeah.
on Fox News.
Yeah. Let me point this out to you. If Pete Hegseth had run for congressman and served 3 terms and then said, I don't want to do this anymore, and then gone on to Fox News, no one would be questioning this. No one would be questioning it at all. They'd be like, oh wow, okay, no, I like Pete. He had been some no-name forgotten congressman that you were like, oh my, he was a congressman? I didn't even know that. No one would be questioning. It'd be like, he's a captain, he's well decorated, he's served in 2 different tours, he's 2 Bronze Stars, based as hell, really obviously very intelligent, by the left standards, really educated, no one would be questioning at all. I'd be like, yeah, that's a great pick. Everyone would be saying that's a great pick. But because he never won an election, so that means that now that makes it crazy. I understand it's not as unconventional. It is unconventional. But I don't think adding that onto his resume would thereby make him any more capable of doing the job to be Secretary of Defense. So in that sense, yeah, this guy's it's not Pete that's the clown, it's this loser. Come on. It's this loser. And they're just better. But think about that for a second. If he had served a couple terms as a congressman, everyone would be like, oh yeah, why wouldn't you take him? It's a good choice. All right, I've added 2 people so far. I need to add 3 more. Let's turn the phone lines back open.
They want to ban straws. Has anybody ever tried those paper straws? They're not working too good. All right? Has anybody ever tried, seriously, the new straws made out of...
It's pretty good, right? Wait, someone's calling me. Someone wants my attention. I think this is a call I've taken
Call
before.
from
Sun Wukong.
Yeah, see, I knew I heard from this guy
to
before.
accept, press 1. To send a
Yeah, see, I knew I heard from this guy before. Sun Wukong!
Hey, Achi. How's it going?
Baruch Hashem, how are you?
Oh, Baruch Hashem, I'm doing great. It's morning in America every day since Tuesday.
It's the weather has been so beautiful.
Oh, yeah, especially in California where the weather is always beautiful, even though it's the apocalypse over here.
How you doing? So
surprisingly, you're going to find there's a lot of pro-Trump people, like driving around. I've seen like freaking banners on the freaking highway, people on the bridges with like Trump mobiles, waving flags and Trump dance and stuff. Like, there's actually quite a bit of right wing over here. If Trump can actually do what he's got to do and basically get rid of illegals, I think he'd turn California red.
You think there are that many illegals voting in this in California?
They're not allowed to freaking check IDs here.
That's true.
Like, they're not allowed to. They're sanctuary cities like no one else's business. It's ridiculous. And keep in mind, like, the border is right there. So people come over. There's a huge Latino community over here. And, it is what it is.
I'll tell you right now, by the way, Donald Trump is, I just pulled up a map here. He's at 75.49, basically 75.5 million votes. And they've counted to 72,350. So he's got a 3.5 million vote lead, and they've counted so far 95.8% of the votes to be counted, which means that there's 4.2% left. So if you figure it's basically a little less than 1/20th out of 150 million votes is. So you're saying that that's roughly 450.
I'm saying that it's enough.
It's like 7. I'm thinking he's probably going to finish at 78 million votes or so.
It sounds about right. Now, you mentioned all these numbers. I wasn't tracking it as money, so it went right over my head.
No, that's okay. I think most.
All right.
I think he lost. He purportedly, if you believe California, and I understand a lot of them are. It's ridiculous where it's illegal to check ID, but he purportedly lost California by 2.8 million votes. So that's a long way to go.
Yeah, maybe, but
it's a long way to go.
I think that there's a chance. I mean, given like the mess that's over here, like you have a higher chance of it. It's certainly a higher chance.
2.8 million. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a big ask. It's a big ask. But because let's assume that 30% of them are fake, right? He's still got to get rid of 1 million. We'll never know, I guess. That's the best way you can say it. We'll never know.
And that million is probably a little bit more strategic.
Yeah, you're saying.
But at any rate, yeah.
Could be. So, what are your thoughts on the? What are your thoughts on these appointments?
I don't like the
You
people.
say you have a whole long
like,
thing you want to explain to me, but you can't write
yeah,
it.
but like now's not the time. You don't want to talk about that.
I can't write it all out. Maybe I'll write an X. I don't know. It's like this
Are
whole.
you sure you want me to talk about that now?
It's like this whole long bitching thing I got from you. I can't write out this whole thing. I was like, because I don't have $4,000 in super chat money to give you. Maybe next time when I call you. Oh, Joe's got an open phone line tonight. Oh, who gets through?
Okay, if you really want,
I'm gonna give you 3 minutes.
Fine.
You told me that I don't
Okay.
understand NATO. I don't know what NATO is. You know what NATO is. I don't know what NATO is. I'm very confused. The whole North Atlantic, what does it stand? NATO, it stand North Atlantic Territory Order or something. I don't even know what NATO stands for. I can't even figure it out. I'm so stupid.
Why are the European countries joining NATO? How do you join NATO?
You apply.
You apply. You can't just jump in when it's convenient, right? You have to join. You have to go through a multi-year process in order to actually join NATO, where you make a bunch of promises.
Okay.
Why is
I'm going to tell you right now. It's 1:26 a.m. my time. Probably that means in your time.
Hey, you didn't want. I was going to talk about the.
I'm just going to tell you this. You want to explain to me your thoughts on NATO? It's now 1:27. Can you do it by 1:30 my time? 3 minutes? If I give you 3 minutes.
I think I can, but I wanted to say that I wanted to talk about.
Don't ask me questions. Don't ask me questions. Walk me through NATO. Do it. Go.
Okay. NATO's there to counteract Russia. It doesn't matter that the Soviet Union's gone. Russia's played the same thing for the last 30 years since the Soviet Union fell. They pick on small countries because that's what they do. They're strong. They look at weak countries like they're weak, and they should conquer them because that's the way the world works. Those small countries have joined NATO to counteract Russia because when you have a bunch of small countries that band together, you have enough force to counteract Russia. They've violated every treaty that they've made in the last 30 years, including all of the ones they've made with Ukraine since the 90s when Boris Yeltsin was the PM. So they're not going to trust them. NATO is there not just because of the Soviet Union.
Who violated? Who violated?
Russia.
Okay, go on. Continue.
They've had military interdictions into Eastern Europe and their neighboring countries, dating all the way since the end of the Soviet Union. It's not anything new with Putin. And also, the war in Ukraine.
You got 2 minutes left. You got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, and the war in Ukraine, by the way, isn't about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Go on. What is it about?
The war in Ukraine is actually about Taiwan. We are tracking that, right?
So, come again.
The war in Ukraine is not about Ukraine. It's about Taiwan.
Explain.
Ukraine's very easy to resupply. It's closer than Taiwan is. There's land in between us and them. There are allies right there. It's kind of easy to actually get information. Taiwan's across an ocean much further away, and the Navy's got to do all the lifting. If the United States doesn't show the strength to support Ukraine, what do you think China is going to do? They're looking to invade Taiwan around 2026, 2027, summertime, around there. That's their window to actually do it.
The invasion of Ukraine happened before there was a Chinese-Russia alliance.
That doesn't matter.
You're telling me that they went in there in order to help China take
I'm
Taiwan.
telling you that
You just told me that they went in there to help China take Taiwan, and I'm telling you that the whole alliance between them happened.
No. That's not what I'm telling you. Okay? Russia went into Ukraine because they saw American weakness when we pulled out of Afghanistan. That was his opening. He's wanted Ukraine and has spoken about taking Ukraine since forever. That's his thing. He's given the Tucker interview to prove that. He spent a whole hour talking about it, how Ukraine was actually our property 500 years ago and we're taking it back. The same thing he said before he invaded Ukraine. It's our property and we're taking it back. That's his stance. This whole thing about the threats from the West, that's bullshit. All right? Freaking They've wanted Ukraine because Russia's a landlocked country that wants to buffer its borders because that's what they have to do to feel secure for themselves.
That's why they took Crimea in 2014.
Yes, and even before that, why they've also
The reason they took Crimea is because they had absolutely no choice but to take Crimea once they had lost control of the government in Ukraine, because their navy is ice water locked on the East Coast for like 8 out of 12 months every year. And the only warm water port that they had was through Crimea. So once they weren't going to be able to use it anymore because the whole Maidan spring thing, they basically said, yeah, we're going to take Crimea now. So I don't know.
Yes,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what any of this has to do with Taiwan, which is definitely where we started here.
Okay, for our sakes, no. So for our sakes, us actually being involved in Ukraine has very little to do with actual Ukraine, and it has more to do with China and Taiwan, because China's going to look at Ukraine, see the way that we play it, and say, hey, if they're not willing to defend Ukraine, then they're certainly not willing to defend Taiwan, which is much closer to us and much farther away from them, and much harder for them to resupply. That's what Taiwan has to do with Ukraine in terms of that. But NATO's about counteracting Russia because they're a malignant country. They're an imperial society. That's like integral to their culture. They look at cultures and countries that are weaker and they attack them.
Right.
And they only act when people are weaker.
Well, I'm going to give you my perspective on.
To be really short,
I'm going to give you my perspective on NATO. Okay, I was looking for this while you were talking, because I saw a video that Elon shared this morning, and I was scrolling through his timeline, and this guy tweets more than Trump does. My God, he doesn't stop tweeting. So I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can hear this. Hopefully the audio will be good. You can put me on mute. You can turn on the other thing. Turn on your YouTube and watch with everyone, and then you tell me your thoughts as to exactly where you think this is wrong. Okay. So it's a 4-minute video that I'm about to share with the audience, where Jeffrey Sachs explains how the U.S. and NATO provoked war in Ukraine. Okay. So
send it.
No, I'm not sending it. We're watching it. So you're
I know.
Let me just
explain
in 2 minutes the Ukraine war. This is not an attack.
You need to mute your phone there.
By Putin on Ukraine in the way that we are told every day. This started in 1990. James Baker III, our Secretary of State, said to Mikhail Gorbachev, NATO will not move 1 inch eastward if you agree to German unification. The U.S. then cheated on this, already starting in 1994.
I will dispute one thing that Sachs just says here, which is purportedly Gorbachev said before he died that was not a key part of their claim. This is what people who fight this story as to NATO's role and America's role in provoking the Ukrainian war, that they say that, well, Mikhail Gorbachev said that was not an essential part of it. Okay. All right. You tell me tell me how it's any different, the idea of us setting up bases within striking distance, 10-minute striking distance of Moscow, how that's any different, if not worse, than what we saw with the Cuban Missile Crisis when Russia aimed nuclear weapons at Florida from 90 miles away. But here.
When Clinton signed off on a plan to expand NATO all the way to Ukraine. This is when the so-called neocons took power. The expansion of NATO started in 1999 with Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic. Then the U.S. led the bombing of Serbia in 1999. That was a use of NATO to bomb a European capital, Belgrade, 78 straight days to break the country apart. The Russians didn't like that very much. But Even Putin started out pro-European, pro-American, actually asked maybe we should join NATO when there was still the idea of some kind of mutually respectful relationship.
That would seem logical.
9/11 then came Afghanistan, and the Russians said, yeah, we'll support you. We understand to root out terror. In 2002, the United States unilaterally walked out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty. What it did was trigger the U.S. putting in missile systems in Eastern Europe that Russia views as a dire, direct threat to national security by making possible a decapitation strike of missiles that are a few minutes away from Moscow. In 2004-5, we engaged in a soft regime change operation in Ukraine, the so-called first color revolution. But in 2009, Yanukovych won the election and he became president, and in 2010 on the basis of neutrality for Ukraine.
Yanukovych was Russian, was favorable to the Russians.
So in February 22nd, 2014, the United States participated actively in the overthrow of Yanukovych. They intercepted a really ugly call between Victoria Nuland and the U.S. ambassador.
And this is something the United States doesn't even dispute, that they were involved in the overthrow of the Ukrainian government in 2014.
To Ukraine, Jeffrey Piat, who's a senior State Department official till today. And they talked about regime change. So they made the new government. The U.S. then said, okay, now NATO's really going to enlarge. And Putin kept saying, stop. You promised no NATO enlargement. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, 7 more countries in the not 1 inch eastward. On December 15th, 2021, Putin put on the table a draft Russia-U.S. security agreement. The basis of it is no NATO enlargement. The special military operation started, and 5 days later, Zelensky says, okay, neutrality. And then the United States and Britain said, no way. You guys fight on. We got your back. We don't have your front. You're all going to die. But we got your back. That's 600,000 deaths now of Ukrainians since Boris Johnson flew to Kyiv to tell them to be brave. Absolutely ghastly. We have to understand we're not dealing with, as we're told every day, with this madman like Hitler. This is complete bogus, fake history that is a purely PR narrative of the U.S. government. We're playing games here. So, God forbid a nuclear power comes at us. I don't know what's going to happen. But we came at them.
So there you go. So now, Sun Wukong, you tell me. Talk to me some more.
I'm here. You're a couple seconds behind. So here's the issue with that video and the individual speaking.
Mm-hmm.
He gives a very nice, clean narrative that fits what he wants to say and what he wants to convey. However, it doesn't take account the behavior of actual Russia and the reality of how you join NATO. You told me earlier at the beginning of this how you join NATO. You have to apply and you have to go through an application force. America can't just expand it and say, hey, you're in NATO, you're in NATO, you're in NATO. Freaking from 1992 to 1997, Russia involved itself in the Tajikistani Civil War. In 1992, they also involved themselves with Abkhazani separatists and got involved with the Georgian government. 1994, they signed along with a treaty with Belarus and Ukraine, and ended up violating that treaty with Ukraine in 94. And in 1999, they had a 2-year military campaign to go after Chechnya.
Okay.
Which used to be part of the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that you have all these Eastern European countries that are next to Russia. They've chosen. We don't just come up to you and say, hey, you're going to join or else, or you're in our empire now. Now you're in NATO. They've chosen of their own volition to join NATO. That's why NATO expands.
Yeah, but
So
Russia
supposedly
wanted to join, and they said no. And I don't even know why we still need it. Why did we keep NATO open after 1990? Why? Because we didn't trust Russia. That's ultimately what it is.
Because we didn't trust Russia.
Because we didn't trust Russia. So
Russia gave us no reason to trust Russia.
Okay, listen.
Okay,
I'm not,
they didn't act.
Don't push me into making it sound as if I'm defending. I hate everything about this. Makes me feel it's almost. And I feel like sometimes it's purposeful. Like it's designed to make me defend Russia and Putin as if he's like a good person or he's innocent of any sins. What I'm saying to you is this: I am sure you can draw historical examples over the last 30 years of wrongs that Russia committed, which were self-interest and potentially deemed threatening and properly deemed threatening by Western powers. Okay, I am not saying that he's a sane, good person. I'm simply saying they keep getting portrayed as this big bad boogeyman. From what I understand, roughly when was the Moscow Olympics? Do you remember?
2012.
What?
Right?
2012.
Well, early.
I think it was after that. After that.
No, or 2010 actually. 2010, the Winter Olympics when they freaking when
they banned homosexuals. When was that? Because that set the world on fire. I think that was after. It was 2014 Winter Olympics. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah. So what happened was, from what I recall, and I remember seeing something on this. Russia had a deal when they broke apart that they would have a right of first refusal with respect to natural resources, of which Ukraine is incredibly rich. Arguably, some say they said the Garden of Eden. Literally, the Garden of Eden was in Ukraine, and that the soil there is so rich that there's a saying in Ukraine that if you plant a boot in the soil of Ukraine, in 3 years you'll have an orchard, because it is that ripe and fertile and amazing soil. So they are excessively rich in natural resources. The only area that comes close to Ukraine in that regard is arguably the Great Plains of the United States. It's phenomenal for growing produce and growing food. Now, the deal when Russia split apart, this is what I remember seeing somewhere. I don't remember where I saw it. I'm trying to find it for the last 3 years. Was that Russia would have a right of first refusal to anyone who if Ukraine was selling product, naturally their resources to third-party countries, that Russia would have a right of first refusal, meaning they could buy it in front of them. And when they basically, how this ended up translating was that Russia ended up marking up the price of Ukraine goods. So now the EU wants product from Ukraine because they're so rich in natural resources. They want grain, whatever it is that they want. They would have to go through Russia, and Russia would have like its own markup, and they would make money from that. So let's say I'm just throwing out, I'm making up the numbers here, but you can sort of understand the parallel that you can understand, even if the numbers are off, you don't need to have these numbers, but in principle, the idea was, let's say Russia's marking up 10%. So EU and Ukraine weren't happy about that. So after a while, like in the I think mid to late early the aughts in 2000, I don't know, somewhere between around 2007, 2008, Ukraine and EU started grousing about the fact that they have to have this markup of 10%. And they both started trying to basically make claims that Russia has no right to that. And because they recognized that, hey, if we cut Russia out, in that case, Ukraine can jack up their prices by 5% and make more money. And the EU would be getting a 5% discount, which when you're talking about billions of dollars worth of product, that's a lot of money. So they basically started getting annoyed with Russia. But in 2012, when Obama is saying, oh, Russia is not, is joking about the idea of Russia being a political threat, that's because no one had a problem with them. It might have even been later when they started having this whole issue. So you had this issue start to develop. It
wasn't in the early aughts. It was I think it was after 2012. It was around when he was running for re-election. That's when they started having this whole conflict where Ukraine basically wanted to ditch Russia as its older brother who's taking a cut off the top of their product. Then you had
have more flexibility.
So and Russia was like, well, that was part of the deal when we broke apart, is that you're really Russian. We divested, but that was the deal, is that we're getting right of first refusal. So the EU started hating on Russia. Ukraine started hating on Russia. And then when Putin came out in 2014 and said, yeah, we're not allowing any homosexuals in our Olympic Games, that is when the world went nuts on Putin. And all of a sudden, from that moment on, ever since then, Putin has been deemed the world leading terrorist, terrible human being. It started with a financial thing that they wanted to cut Russia out, and Russia was like, F you, that's not what the deal was when we broke apart. And then it escalated beyond comprehension once the Moscow Olympics happened, and he said, I'm not allowing gays to participate in this, because that was everything that the left could not tolerate at all. And so that is a major part. That's basically if you understand the psychological underpinnings here as to why the West hates Putin. No one was thinking in 2013 that Putin was a terrible person. It was only after the Olympics and after that whole fight that they had with Ukraine and the EU that all of a sudden everyone in the EU was like, oh my God, he's a monster, he's Hitler. Now, again, I don't like having to make this argument, because then I sound like I'm a Putin apologist and I think that he did nothing wrong. No, he's a terrible, 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 terrible human being. But there's a lot of terrible human beings who are leading countries, who are dictators in countries, whether it's in North Korea or it's in China or whatever. We're not sitting here saying we got to go to war with every one of them. We got to, unless you're a crazy war hawk. So it's like, okay, just because he's a terrible person doesn't mean we can't do business with him. But, apparently he stepped on certain toes in 2014. And all of a sudden now he's the main guy who has to be shut down. So that's why when I hear all these stories with respect to NATO, is that guy's version that I told you that Jeffrey Sachs is his version spot on accurate? I'm sure that the West has some counterpoints that they can make to that, which would have truth baked into it as well. I don't think that I have some problems with his perspective of it, because like I said, supposedly Gorbachev did say that it wasn't that big a deal about the whole expanding eastward, and they weren't that afraid of it. Maybe he did say that. On the other hand, that doesn't mean they have to be on his border in Ukraine, in former Russian territory, with and conducting military exercises. A 5-minute flight from Moscow. You can understand why that would probably make you uneasy. The same way it made us uneasy. Just imagine for a second if Russia was putting weapons in Mexico. I mean, how would you or in Cuba? How did we react when that happened in Cuba? It was a whole freaking crisis. We thought World War III was coming because of that. So what I'm saying is you sort of have to recognize that, and from the get-go, when it comes to this topic, all I've been saying about Putin is this. You're telling me he's a crazy person. You're telling me he's like this Russian bear. So, okay, fine. Maybe you figure out a way to deal with the bear that it works better than poking it in the eye. Maybe just don't poke the bear in the eye. Maybe you say, you know what? The bear needs his little space there. So we're going to give him his little space. We're going to let he's a little bit... And not everything he does is something that we have to react to, and perhaps we don't have to instigate and try to motivate him and give him reasons to start slashing his claws at his neighbors like Ukraine. And this notion that he's going to go into first as Ukraine, then comes Poland, is the biggest BS lie. And anyone who's selling that sort of thing, that he was about to breach and then go in and attack a NATO country, that's displaying that it's a childish perspective. And I had this argument with someone on X a week or two ago, saying, no, if he took Kyiv, Warsaw's next. That's an utter lie. An utter. There's no evidence at all, no reason to believe for a second that he has some sort of Lebensraum type of perspective like Hitler had, that, we need more living space for Russians. No, that he feels Ukraine is his because he feels like they breached their deal on him, and he feels as if the Ukrainians are their brothers, and he feels as if now. So to tell me that he's next to go into Poland, it's just that he's so maniacal that he's going to start with a country that's already in NATO. No, I think he's going there as a preventative measure so that Ukraine is not in NATO.
and he didn't want to wait till they're in NATO before he did that. So anyway, I've been yammering for a long time here, but yeah, Russia is focused on Russia. Yeah, I think I agree with Tuxley. They're focused on Russia, which I wish America was as focused on America as Russia is focused on Russia. Anyway.
Well, thank God Donald Trump got elected, so we will. But I'll say this, long story short, because there's a lot that's been said, and I can't hit all of it. But to be concise, like I actually kind of looked up that freaking that what do you call this? Is actually a long phone call. Freaking sorry for taking so long and not talking about their appointees.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah. By the way, just on the appointees, I don't like that the people that he could choose better people in certain places. I don't like that, like freaking. I don't like that. There are better people to put in there. I don't like that you're taking out of Congress to actually put these guys in. I think that there's better people to put in these areas. Freaking Kash Patel should already be like a DA or the head of the intelligence system. Freaking the office of.
If I told you he's gonna be the head of the FBI, are you gonna be okay with that?
No, he should be the head of national intelligence.
Why would that be better?
He's the ODNI. That's the place that deals with all the intelligence agencies. Put him in charge of that. Now he's in charge of every intelligence agency.
What if he wants to be the head of the FBI?
All of them.
What if he wants to be, what if he wants to be the head of the FBI?
Okay, well, you get put where you're told to be put. The guy worked in the CIA. Why are you putting him in front of the FBI?
He's good.
CIA. Or
because I'll tell you, he's had. I'll tell you.
Or what's his name wants?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Freaking what's his name? RFK wanted to destroy the intelligence, wanted to break down the intelligence community. So put him in charge of that and let him go ham. You know? Freaking I think you could have put Tulsi as the she was involved, like certainly with some of the tweets, like some of the backyard stuff. I'd have put her in charge of the actual basically the chief of who's the person that runs the office, chief of staff.
Who?
I'd have made her the chief of staff. I'd have made.
Well, he already gave that to Susan Wiles.
And what do I think about her? I barely know anything about it.
No, I'm saying yeah. You know, someone in the chat here, Shiloh was just pointing out in the chat here that that Kash has a big big farming region. Maybe we should put him in charge of the Department of Agriculture.
Oh, well, his money maker has been in the intelligence agency, in the intelligence. I'd keep him there. A lawyer in intelligence.
I think maybe I think Department of Agriculture is perfect for him.
The SecDef should have been Eric Prince, because Eric Prince, who founded Blackwater, people don't whinge and cringe like that. The man's a freaking libertarian. Before Donald Trump pulled ahead, he actually supported Rand Paul. He supported Trump because he couldn't stand Hillary. But
all right, brother.
Huh?
I'm giving you 30 seconds. I got to move on to the next one.
So he's a freaking libertarian, and basically his foreign policy was based off of his letter in the Wall Street Journal, an opinion piece that he wrote that freaking what's his name had him read. Freaking the guy who got thrown in jail and just got out right before the election. But put him in charge of SecDef. Make him the SecDef.
Rand Paul.
That's what I say. War is emotional. It's human, and we fought war for 20 years, which has been very bad for us. That's the reason that everybody's so war averse and so non-aggressive. But unfortunately, that's going to bring us into the next nuclear war. That's it. That's my big take on it. You got to check your emotions.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call, brother. As
No,
always.
I love you.
I know you do.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Have a good night, brother.
All right.
That went on for a while. That went on for a little longer than I anticipated. I still got to give 3 more people. Todd Larson. Yeah, it was an idiot Crimea. It's about U.S. LPG and raw gas. Well, it's also strategically. And it's also, I think it's great. It's supposedly a great tourist spot also. There's a lot in Crimea. Just in case, Aaron Troy, 43874. You know what? Yeah, so nicely. You're number 3. You're number 3, Aaron. You're number 3. Look how nicely. See, that was really nice. Aaron Troy. Aaron that's a lot. That's a lot to search for. But Aaron Troy. 4, 3. The underscore is very old school. Boom. Number 3. Is it really all? I already gained birds. I'm already getting birds. 3, Aaron. 4.
Call from
CW.
There's a lot there in the echo there. CW?
Hey, what's up? This is CW.
Yo, you're coming in hot on me here. I need you to like dial back.
Oh, sorry. Hey, bro, you don't give Rumble enough shout outs, bro. We're the Rumble family up in here.
Dude, seriously, it's really loud. Like it's really, really loud. Can you turn it down like a little bit?
Is that better?
Oh, much better. Yeah. Like,
oh my God, I'm sorry.
No,
I had you on speaker, brother.
You blew out so many people's eardrums just now. So I was just like,
oh fuck, God damn it! I'm such a newbie. I'm so sorry, brother.
Don't worry about that. Let me get a couple of chats while I have you here. Okay. Let me just cover a couple of chats.
Cool.
He's already said he's moving himself in consideration with JD's seat. We already have plastic in our balls. Do we need plastic? Noam too. Just kidding. She's fine. She'll help Czar Holman and can get approved. I hope Trump via incremental laws abolishes the income tax for income below 1 million. With national sales tax, it would help the working people. Well, that would be nice. I think a lot of this is reading tea leaves to a certain point. What Trump needs to do is fire people who don't toe the line. That's definitely true. Should be like not even like hesitating. Boom, you're out. Boom. If you'd read the Agenda 2030, Paris Climate Accords document tells you how they'll bring in the global communist governance. That's true. That's pretty bad. I got you, Aaron. Remember Clinton, Mueller, Obama sold uranium one. Yeah. Sometimes two countries go to war and we don't have to pick a side. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't have to be involved in every war. Imagine China building bases in Cuba. Oh, wait. Yeah. Imagine them buying our farms right outside our bases. NATO is immature in that it needs an enemy. If it's good alliance, it should persist without need of an immediate external threat. Yes. Yes and yes. Trump's first 3 DI hires of Susie, Elon, and Vivek. What? Elon is a DI hire? Gorbachev was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for ending the old war. U.S. squandered the one chance to do so, and even his fault to USA. Never take a call from him again. I will pay. I see what the not leader is doing. All right, CW. I didn't even check on my rants, make sure I didn't miss anything. No, I'm good. All right. I don't give enough love to just for you, I'm gonna pull up here. I'm gonna pull out the chat here so we can all stare at. I'm gonna pop out the chat here of the ghetto so everyone can watch the ghetto chat as we have our conversation here, CW. Okay.
Listen, just say Rumble a few times a couple minutes. You know, every half an hour, just say, "Hey Rumble, hey Rumble."
Let's get ready.
You're pissing me off, bro.
What are your thoughts, my friend?
Okay, well, first of all, I'm Arizona born and raised, and I really want Carrie Lake, but since she fucking lost, it pisses me off. It'd be nice to have her as press secretary. I just like the way she talks. She's a good speaker. You know, I really wish she'd be press secretary just to have just some voice in the arena. Yeah,
That's not bad. That's not bad.
but yeah.
What do you think of the appointment so far?
I don't know. Look, I'm not a genius. I don't know anything about political. Look, I listen to you for everything. I listen to other people, and I just my brain just can't wrap around all these names. You know, I'll glom on to one or two people. Like, since I'm local Arizona, I think Kerry, but obviously Trump, and we need Katie Hobbs the hell out of there. I hope that fucking bitch dude, I hate Katie Hobbs. I wish Carrie Lake would have been governor, and that we'd be set right now. But no, Katie Hobbs. What do you think about her? What needs to happen? We need to get her the hell out of there. Oh my God, it's pissing me off. Arizona.
I think there was
a
lot of fraud in that gubernatorial election. I think and I mean, Katie Hobbs. Seriously, who the hell was voting for Katie Hobbs? Who the hell was voting for her? I want to know. But what do you think about Lena Habba?
I see. That's what I'm saying. I don't know any of these names. I don't know any of these names.
You don't know Lena Habba?
Oh my God!
His
it's
lawyer.
Hard for me to explain.
His lawyer.
Look, I go by the recommendations.
Google,
I will.
Google Lena Habba. Yeah, she's a very well-spoken lawyer for Trump here in New York. She was defending in that civil suit, and
I'll have to check that out for sure. But
I think you're gonna like Alina Habba. I actually think that she'd be great for press secretary. I don't know if she want to take it, but I think she'd be great as press secretary. I think that
it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have somebody that can actually fucking talk, not somebody that skirts around issues. Oh, it's so frustrating seeing some dumbass people just sidetrack everything and not say anything when they're talking. It's complete bullshit. Period.
Well, the people want Alina Habba, so I'm going to give you from a recent appearance on Fox, Alina Habba. Can you mute your phone and then turn on this other thing?
Oh, I have you streaming on my.
Yeah, so mute your phone. You mute the phone. All right, mute the phone. Yeah, I assume I'm muted. Okay, this is Alina Habba here.
DOJ can't prosecute a sitting president. So all of Biden-Harris's federal cases against Trump about to go.
I think she's got criminal background.
And the state cases,
I think she's civil.
Looks like they're on ice for quite a while. Oh, and by the way, Joe Biden just invited Trump to the White House. They're going to have a nice sit down and chat together, as is the tradition.
There we go.
Win, but I might need your help with Hunter. Looking for a pardon, maybe a job. Senior Trump advisor Alina Habba joins me now. So you were there last night. How did it feel?
I don't have words. I truly don't have words. I'm always and you can tell from my voice.
You and Sage lost it.
That I lost it. I mean, I was sitting with the president. I was right behind him, watching the results come in. Elon Musk was there. It was very surreal. You know, you have a moment where you say, wow, you know, I started as his lawyer, Jesse, and I'm very realistic and humble. I'm grateful for this journey, but I can tell you it's been a journey.
Yeah.
And they put us through hell. And to hear.
I actually want to get one. This not where she's just like gushing, but I want you to see the fire in this one because that's what I want. That's what I want for my press secretary. This is I want to. I got a different clip here. Alina Habba, Don Lemon. That sounds like that's going to be good.
I want to get perspective now from an attorney who formerly represented former President Donald Trump, Tim Parlatore. Tim, thanks for being here.
That's not it. Damn it. Here's what she thinks about, and that's not what I want.
July 31st, Devin Archer goes to testify in front of the House. That was only after they failed to put him in jail prior to the fact. What happens the next day? The January 6th indictment that we're here for today. This is not a coincidence. This is election
Well, she does have
interference at
criminal
its
defense.
finest against the leading candidate right now for president for either party. July 31st. July 31st.
Well, all right. You can take my word for it. That's like one example of her, but yeah, she's a pistol when you get her started. She's a pistol. You can turn off your mute. So
all right. Well, I think is she cute? I think I saw her. Oh man, I'm juggling around right now.
Some people find her attractive. So, all right. So overall, though, you're pleased with the appointments, right?
I'm what?
You're pleased with the appointments so far?
Yeah, of course. Look, I trust you guys. I need people like you on Rumble. Screw YouTube, everything else. I'm straight Rumble. If people like you give me a recommendation or tell me what's up, that's who I listen to. I
appreciate that.
It's hard for me to think on my own and figure the shit out. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, brother. I'll
I'm
tell you
glad.
this much. I'm always going to try to give you things as I see them, whether it's favorable or unfavorable. That's my commitment to you guys, and I appreciate your support. I really do.
Yes, brother. And I want you to say Rumble more.
Rumble.
Stop looking at YouTube.
Let's get
Stop
ready
looking
to
at YouTube. All right.
Good night, brother.
Thanks, bro.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Can I wrap up now? I think it's time I start landing my plane. I need 2 more people. I need to add 2 more people. I added 3 so far. I promised 5. I'm going to get 5. So let me see who I'm going to do. Jenny LJ. You still here, Jenny?
Call from
Shiloh.
To accept, press
Hello.
Hello, Joe.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Oh, living the dream. Not sure whose it is, but it's someone's, I'm sure.
Come on. Everyone's living the dream now.
Since we've all kind of veered off topic a little bit, and you had a pretty good sized group in here, I wanted to point out to anybody who lives in Washington State that starting January 1st, we have a hate crimes and bias incident hotline showing up here. The brown shirts are coming, guys.
Who's that?
How else would I explain the brown shirts? Like the secret police.
Okay.
It's the state of Washington has put together a tattletale line where if you feel like you have been hate crimed or somebody has said a little hate speech on any kind of social media, you can call into the Attorney General's office and they will take that information and hand it over to law enforcement. It's RCW 43.10.305.
Wow.
Yeah, it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
Wow. That sounds exciting. You need to move. What can I tell you?
We have discussed that. The golden handcuffs of homeownership.
Yeah, but still, you can sell it, and you'll buy a much bigger plot of land in Kentucky. That's for sure.
Yeah, much bigger. But I figure I'd put that out there in case anybody starts seeing cops on their doorstep. It could be coming if you live in the state of Washington.
Be alert, Washingtonians. Be alert. All right. Yeah. So you have any more thoughts on the appointments?
I'm so far so good. Fairly fine with the appointments.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good.
I'm good. I'm good.
Right. Cool.
All right. Have a good
night, my friend.
All right. Bye.
Bye. I thought this was cool.
Was I in the middle of showing you also? I was in the middle of showing you all something. I know it was.
Do not come. Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
That's the whole thing, really. Oh no, they want me. Someone wants me.
Call from
Rob.
To accept,
We'll hear
press
music.
1. To send a voicemail, press
Rob,
What's up, Joe?
how are you?
I got to give my 2 cents on why the election turned out how it did.
Yeah.
It
Hold on one second. Paulie, I know who the brown shirts are, jackass. I was wondering in this context, seeing as how we're not living in 1939 Germany. So yeah, I know who the freaking brown shirts are, doofus. No, I do not know who the brown shirts are. Yeah, because I didn't realize that unfortunately your party, the party you tend to support, is so ridiculously left-wing and so ridiculously fascistic in its tendencies that now they're starting to report people for hate speech in Washington and having them rat them out to the authorities. So yeah, I was asking her in this context, what does that even mean? Jesus. Yeah. So, this guy makes me laugh. I'm gonna keep it. Everyone's telling me don't engage him because that just encourages him. I have fun with him. He makes me laugh. But yeah, you can pretend it's not your party. Yeah, okay. You tell him hi, Sparrow. You tell him. Not your party. All right. What do you got?
All right, pretty simple.
Was it
Trump
Ron or
goes
Rob?
up-
Was it Ron or Rob?
Rob.
Okay.
Rob, short for Robert.
Got it. What do you got, Robert?
All right, pretty simple. Trump built a coalition, and with Tulsi and RFK, they definitely had an influence, and also the Elon and Joe Rogan. And I think on the opposite side is again, Kamala's the whole not just Kamala. This has been this whole Democratic Party issue is that we're just going to call people Hitler. I mean, this is tired. People are tired of it. And I don't know if you saw.
Well, we were called Hitler. They were doing that in 2020, though. You sort of have to distinguish between now and 2020.
Well, I think what it was, I think that you and the law tube, and I know no one likes that term, but there was there was a time frame where a lot of bullshit law stuff got exposed.
That's true. That's true. And I think people are too, and more to your point, it's not simply just the people in the law tube genre, but people are more exposed than ever to alternatives to legacy media. People now are getting more and more of their news from smaller creators like myself. I mean, yes, obviously I'm the reason that he won in 2024, but there are other folks who are also delivering news, and that they too had an influence and the collective voices that we add to the conversation and eating away. Just the fact that Joe Rogan is more powerful than arguably any network right now. Like, there's no network show out there that is as powerful as sitting for 3 hours with Joe Rogan. There just isn't. So the fact that someone like Joe Rogan can rise up to that, and there are countless others, Russell Brand, who just come out of nowhere and really have a significant influence, and they're developing a far deeper connection with their audience than legacy media can possibly match or rival in any way, shape, or form. and far more direct influence. That's why Kamala was trying to buy that influence. There's all these different articles about how she was offering $50,000 to do some sort of collaborative where you would sort of endorse her and say, and make 3 videos where you're saying great things about her. Tim Pool has a tremendous influence. All these different creators collectively certainly have a far more significant power than legacy media. That's why they're so frustrated. And I think that's part of the reason they're very afraid, because that's not going to change anytime soon.
Well, I agree on that. Again, it is this aspect of, though, like I was talking about earlier, where you lost RFK, you lost Tulsi.
Yeah.
Or not you, but the Democratic Party.
Right. I understood what you meant.
Yeah, I mean that was those 2 people moving to Trump, supporting Trump. Of course, yes, Rogan and all that. But those 2 defections probably were the biggest movers of the needle. I mean, Trump himself didn't win it. It was more of this building this coalition, and this coalition, and the more he keeps this coalition with Tulsi and RFK, and I'm not a Democratic, I'm a Ron Paul libertarian, but you keep this coalition, and I think JD Vance is pretty smart, and I think they'll continue to expand the party. I watched Charlie Kirk on PBB, and he was even talking about that it was like, if you don't like the voting base, expand it. So I mean, it was.
Yeah, that's exactly where they're coming from. Yeah, it's a great point. You make great points, Rob. All right, I got to fly out of here, but I appreciate the call, my brother, and I hope you call back next time I got a call on show.
All right, you have a good night.
Take care, my friend. Have a good night. All right, Rumble people, you're always complaining, always whining, always never happy Rumble people. Okay, biggest the 5 follows that was like garnered like through YouTube. I'm gonna give whoever sends the biggest rant, and right now the biggest rant I think is like $3. So whoever sends the biggest rant tonight, that's who I'm gonna end up following. That's it. That's gonna be my 4th follow. Well, that'll probably be my 5th follow, because I gotta give one more spot away. I wanted to cover a couple of videos that I had up here. Not too many. I had 1 or 2 I wanted to share with you all.
Must have been hacked.
Not this one. What is this? That's this one. This one I covered. Oh, this I started watching before. This might even be my last one. I'm not even sure. I didn't have too many comedy ones. This is Trump as Seinfeld. And if those stupid people at NBC hit me for the music here, I'm going to be really angry.
They want to ban straws. Has anybody ever tried those paper straws? They're not working too good, right? Has anybody ever tried, seriously, the new straw is made out of paper, right? It disintegrates as you drink it. If you have a nice tie like this tie, this would have no chance. By the time you get finished, the straw is totally disintegrated. Does anybody walk around with a plastic straw? Because it's not bad. You whip it out, boom, boom.
Just around
Never had to
doing.
do that. So they want to ban straws. I said, oh, really? What about the cart? What about the plate? What about the knives and the spoons that are plastic? Oh, they're okay. But the straws we got to ban.
There you go.
They want to ban straws.
Hack, stop. I said stop. Oh, that was cute. If I get a copyright notice on that, I'm going to be really annoyed. Anyway, the left has been freaking out over last week. So, yeah. So a couple of individuals from the left have expressed themselves as only they know how, being majors in gender studies with minors in musical oppression. They create a performance to express their frustration with the election outcome, which really it defies. It's so much. You can see how art is so much more powerful than words. watching the election outcome. Oh no. Stunning. Brave. Stunning and brave. There's no other way to put it. Art without inspiration. Oh my god. Oh my god. You can really feel their pain. You can really feel their pain. What else did I have here? This I covered. This I covered. This I covered. I think I covered. I did cover it all. I didn't have much in the way of like side pieces for y'all. Okay, I need one more person from YouTube. One more YouTuber. Let's see. Let me see. I'm gonna just see who makes me. Let me go through the chats here. Is he here? I don't think he's here. I'll take one more call while I'm on this over. I'll take one more call. Who do I take? Ah, God. Who was here? Mr. Phillips was here?
Call from Denise.
Denise.
Hey, Joe, we did it.
Yay. You know, it's funny. Like, I think back to my reaction when he won. And, like, at first I wasn't, like, sure that it really was official. And I was like, I don't know that I had a physical reaction. It was more like sort of like, I knew this was going to happen, and yet stunned, and yet not really appreciating everything that I was seeing. It's like I look back at like how I reacted when he was declared the winner, and I was just like, is he really the winner? Like, I think he's the winner. Did he really win Pennsylvania? Are we positive? It's only been called by Fox. The other ones haven't called it yet. I'm like, I think he's the winner. I don't know, but like, yeah, it's like now it's really settled in like thoroughly, and it's like I think about like all the terrible things that could have happened, like all the terrible, the brown shirts in Washington. I mean, it's not simply the laws they would pass. It's not simply the policies they would pass. It's that when you have entities like that in power, other entities react in expectation for what's expected of them. So the same way Hamas starts suing for peace, and Putin starts talking about peace, and all these different people start coming out of the woodwork in support of free speech, and all these different things start happening. If the result had been the opposite, they would just be more clamping down. This is a sign we need to be where we're supposed to be more emboldened in being aggressive. We would see far more copyright strikes. It's like in one way after another. I would feel like, okay, I probably have 2 years left on my channel before something's going to happen that's going to blow up. And now I feel as if like, all right, my livelihood is is probably safe if I can stay, God willing, healthy and entertaining for another 4 years. It's like, but it's like a whole different. It's just like a whole different vibe and atmosphere, and it just changes. It just changes everything. So, and in ways that we cannot even appreciate. And I know this, like our children, anyone who's not alive now and is looking back on this 25, 30 years from now, will never appreciate the complete peril that we were in, because they really could have just said, like, you know what, this is like the way election integrity would be. Like, I'm expecting election integrity to become something that's taken far more seriously. Election transparency, I'm looking for that over the next 4 years. Just so many different ways that we were on the cusp of really losing basic freedoms in the name of keeping America safe. And it feels as if there's like a reawakening for America in ways that give us hope, like real hope.
What is it that was it Ben Franklin that said those who would give up a little bit of liberty for a little bit of safety deserve neither?
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
And I didn't take a breath and really take it in until she conceded. Once she did that, I was like, okay.
Yeah, we're not gonna have a whole
good.
fight here to try and save and salvage her career. Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember 16, I couldn't sleep. I stayed up that night, and I was so excited. I was jumping up in joy, jumping up and down in joy. And I wasn't screaming because I live in an apartment, but I was doing all dance. I was so excited. It was like we had just won the Super Bowl, and haven't done that since '96. So it's been a while. and so for the '95 season anyway. But yeah, it was just, I haven't been that excited about election in, my entire life, and I'm 45. So, but this one, I don't know. I guess I was so worried that they were going to try to steal it. And I know they did try to steal it, but I think we overwhelmed it so much. Like,
too big to rig. Too big to rig.
But some people are calling for, we need to recount. We need to do this. And I'm like, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's recount. Let's
do
get
it.
The real number.
Do it.
Let's do a full audit in every state, and let's get the real number and see how much he really won by, and see how many seats we really flipped in the House and the Senate, because I don't think they gave us those intentionally. Like they did look at California and Arizona, they're still counting, and several states for the House. You can't keep counting for over a week without trying to do something shady. So I just think that there's too many votes. They can't, too many for our side, that they just can't seem to get it. I mean, I think they flipped some, like Carrie Lake. I don't think she really lost. Her numbers have gone down, and his went up. I just, there's some really shady stuff going around in several states. So I want a full audit. I want a full forensic audit on every state, and we'll see what the real results were.
Yeah.
I hope we get it. I don't think we will.
We're not going to. I don't think they're going to want it. I don't think they want it. I don't think we're ever going to see it. But, all right.
Well, we can hope. But I'm good with his. I think Trump knows more than we do, so I'm good with his selections for now. I'm super excited about Home, or what is his name for the border czar?
No,
I'm
Tom Homan.
excited about him.
Tom Homan.
Yeah, Homan.
That was the video I wanted to share. I knew there was something I wanted to share. That I thank you for reminding me. I knew there was something I wanted to share. Oh my God. It was a comparison of border czars that the Daily Wire put out. Where do I put that thing? Where are you? I'm going to find it. This was a phenomenal video. Yeah, I'm gonna find it when you get off the phone. But
Okay.
anyone concern you?
So I had the same thought if Rubio gets in that he could fire him the next day, and that's my only saving grace. That if Rubio doesn't,
He's not
I
going
don't
to.
know
He
enough
likes
about the
Rubio.
other-
He likes Rubio.
Yeah.
It's important for us to keep putting up Rubio flack so he doesn't give in to his desire to give him a
Yeah,
plum position.
exactly. I am scared that I'm not scared, but worried that they're gonna seat someone else other than Rick Scott as the Senate Majority Leader. That I think because his issue with his presidency in 2016 or 17 was he couldn't get his people in place because of the Senate. But if he can get the recess, then he can just appoint all of them, get it done, and then he won't have to go through the Senate. So that's why we need Rick Scott to be the majority leader so bad, so he could call a recess, and then Trump could get his people in. But I think
He'll get his people in
Mitch
anyway.
McConnell-
He'll get his people in anyway. They're not gonna. No one's going to stand in his way. No one's going to
I
stand.
hope
Who's going to stand in his way? Who?
Mitch McConnell and his rhinos.
I'm not worried about that. I mean, so they're gonna stand in his way, and then what? So we're not gonna make him bring up someone else. I'm not worried about it because it's not. It would be it's such bad PR for them to stand in the way of an appointment. It's such bad PR for them. So I'm not.
Agree.
I think that they also have to recognize they're never going to have to deal with him in an election again. It's like this is it. This is his last hurrah. Everyone knows it's his last hurrah.
No, he's going to become a dictator.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we'll
I
have him
forgot.
forever.
Right, the whole dictator for life. We can only pray, I guess.
Right.
All right, Denise. Thank you so much for the call. You're awesome.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Take care. Bye bye. This is what I wanted to share with you. I knew there was something. What do we got here? Hold on a second. Trump is the first stand-up POTUS. Art without inspiration. That's funny. So tired I can't spell Ambi Feinstein on X. So let that breath out. The law for the Trump could not stand. The election was like a jury acquittal. His presidency would have been left figurehead. California is a third world country. You know what? And why not? Why not? Let's do Ambi Feinstein. Ambi Feinstein. There she is. There she is. Booyah. This is what I wanted to share. The old border czar versus the new border czar. This is so great. This is so perfect. It's a perfect display of the difference between Democrats and Republicans.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now.
We are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
I hear a lot of people say, the talk of a mass deportation is racist. It's threatening to the immigrant community. It's not threatening to the immigrant community. It should be threatening to the illegal immigrant community.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there's. Families can be deported together.
It is not an emergency. We are not facing a crisis. We have.
How did she not win? How did she? They don't see that this is a problem in her inability to win.
Of a president of the United States who has created a fiction about a crisis at the border, and he has held up the United States government and its workers around his vanity project called a wall.
To the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done.
The idea that he is trying to say that we have people that are trying to invade our country to commit mass crime is a crisis of his own making.
I specialize in transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah.
That wall ain't gonna stop them.
No.
There's a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. Border Patrol has arrested more terrorists coming across the border in 1 month than Trump had in 4 years. This is the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever had. Donald Trump would be the president. I'll be in the middle of running the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen.
I am not for a wall.
We don't need to build a wall. This is a crisis of his own making.
The President of the United States has a vanity project that he doesn't want to give up.
It's the president's vanity project.
This issue is about a vanity project for this president.
Right. The president's vanity project?
Let me be very clear. I'm not going to vote for a wall under any circumstances. It will not end with a wall. It will not end with a wall.
It will not end with a wall?
No.
All right.
He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit.
And that was another powerful message. He comes back, I come back, we fix this crap. That was it. Political celebrity endorsements should be before an election. Yeah. All right. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I wanted to do a Texley. He's always calling for my attention here. I was looking for a Texley. Is Denise? Are you here? Let me see if Denise is here. She ain't here either. She ain't here either. Amen. All right. Someone remind when a text that comes back tomorrow. I need to give a text a follow. I'll add in one more here from YouTube. But I'm gonna Textly is gonna be my Rumble follow. I think that's fair. Last but not least, who do we got? Who we got? Definitely not that guy. Can't read that nonsense from him all the time. Let's get someone who I see here on a regular basis who doesn't super chat. I'm assuming that they. Someone who's here on a regular basis who's never super chatted. That's what I want to find. Show a little love. I've never seen you. I would, but I've never seen you. I need someone who I see talking in the chat a lot. All right.
Only because I'm ridiculously partial to Star Trek: The Original Series. William Shatner, James Doohan. You gotta love the name, brother. You got an ex? He's dead, Jim. Nancy hasn't either. What's your name on X? What's your name on X? There better be lots of Star Trek stuff in there. Really? You were called Spock as a kid? So was I. So was I. I always had pointy ears. You see, I don't get to see it. See? Like the little pointy ears. Right in there. Jimmy's dead? All right. Let me find it. This. Jimmy's dead. Search for Jimmy dead. No, I don't see you. You say you're in my box? Let me try without the app. Wait, did I misspell it? Give me the spelling one more time, Jim. Oh, he's dead, Jim. Was already taken. Did you spell it? Did you leave out the A? Was there with an A? Here it is. You did leave out the A. Here you go. Number 5. Boom. There you go. All right. Well, ladies and gents, this was a fun show. I had a good time. I hope you did too. I will be back here, God willing, tomorrow evening because that's what I do. I'm going to also try to do a locals because I do that too. That's a good logic.locals.com. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. If you like some picks, you hate some picks, I want to know what you think. I do try to check out the comments. So there's that. I'm also famous telling people not to eat lab meat because it is feces. When you hear me talking about that, you know I'm less than 30 seconds away from saying it. You know I'm less than 30 seconds away from saying it. Plane's coming crashing down. Oh my God, it's going down so fast. Oh no, what are we going to do? Don't eat some bugs. Don't eat some bugs. Good night, y'all. And as always, Godspeed.